I would like to call the Committee on Budget back to order. I would also like to appoint Councilmember Andrea Tupola to the Committee on Budget. Okay, next department that we have with us today for the Executive Capital and Operating Budget Review is the Department of Planning and Permitting. We have with us Director Don Taguchi Apuna, and if you wish to see the presentation, you may view it at Departmental Communications 180. And I know you're getting your communication, your presentation up, but you may proceed as well.
Thank you, Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, and Councilmember Tupola and Councilmember Dos Santos Ham. Thank you for this opportunity to provide Department of Planning and Permitting's proposed budget. Here with me today is DPP ASO Lee Sanderson. So the Department of Planning and Permitting plays a significant and important role in the orderly development and livability of our communities across the island of Oahu. Consistent with the Mayor's executive program and budget, this DPP and our proposed budget seeks to modernize and streamline government operations for greater efficiencies and transformative government. Okay. Go ahead. Is it going? I got this. There you go. So our strategic objectives under our budget are twofold. Number one is to overhaul the building permit process by adding capacity through staffing, training staff to be consistent and efficient, creating career pipelines and succession planning, and streamlining processes and regulations, and maximizing technology. Our second strategic objective is to address affordable housing through administration of Bill 1 grants for affordable housing apartment-like projects. PAB, what's it called? Private activity bonds for larger affordable housing projects, and short-term rental enforcement to ensure that residential areas are kept for long-term housing. Okay, next. Our operating budget, as compared to last year's FY23 budget, so we had 396 position counts, and then we are requesting 10 more for fiscal year 24, a change of 2.5%. And our salaries, which was last year about 20 million, we are asking for a 26% increase to 27 million. And our current expenses, also an increase of 21% from 5.9 million to 7.4 million. And we have a request of $11,000. And our overall operating budget increase for this year, as requested, is 25% at $34.6 million. The significant budget issues in our proposed budget are first across our multiple divisions. We have 6 divisions. Are the personal services contracts amounting to about $432,000. And just to give you an idea of what these positions are, one is for overseeing the modernization of our permitting software. Another is to manage our whole suite of technologies, which would include our permitting software as well as other technologies. Clerks to assist in the permitting process. This is important because we don't want engineers or plans examiners doing work that can be done by clerks, which is all part of the overall permitting and will help to streamline processes in that sense. And also, we need a planner to help process fines because we are very much backlogged and short-staffed in that area. And then to hire an archaeologist for the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission, which was recently created, and we are working on standing that up. And then our second significant budget issue is under administration for grants for construction of affordable housing under the Bill 1. I don't remember the exact ordinance, but this is for apartment type affordable housing projects. So it's an increase from originally $300,000, and we're estimating $3 million over the next year. I think we have maybe 40 projects currently within our process for permitting, and we are hoping that we can get a lot of those through. And we would expect that those projects will, not all 40, but a portion of them would be eligible for this grant, this Bill 1 grant. Next is our department staffing under general highway and subsidized funded positions. So currently, or as of February 1st, our vacant positions were at 111. We expect to fill 15 before July 1st of this year, and 45 to be filled in fiscal year 2024. So we, last year at this time when we came to budget, we had 80 vacancies, and we received gratefully 50 new positions. So that was a total of 130 vacancies. And we continue to work hard on hiring and filling all those vacancies. Much of those 50 new positions that we received last year will require a reorganization of our department, which we are also concurrently working on as well. But so as we have tried to fill these vacancies originally at 130, we've been creating positions. There's been promotions and then hires, which kind of net doesn't show much of an increase, but there is retirements, resignations. Currently, I think the ratio of fills to losses is about 1.6 to 1. Recently, we were able to get the 15 newly created engineer plans examining positions created, and those are now open, and we are trying to quickly hire for those as part of the commercial plans examining process. Okay. And then lastly, our total revenues, as you can see, projected for fiscal year 2023, it's about 26.7 million, and then for 2024, 24.4 million, which is actually a pretty conservative number. When this number 24.4 was input, it was before the last quarter or so, during which we actually had a more substantial increase in revenues, and we're not sure why. It could be because maybe some more permits are moving through, or other changes, or maybe just that people are, I don't know, putting it through more permits. But we do probably expect a greater number than 24 million for fiscal year 2024. So let's see, our revenues, as you can see, the green signifies building permit fees, which make up the greatest proportion of our revenues, and then the purple would be revenues from other fees like subdivision, zoning, fines, plan review fees that make up the purple. And with that, that's basically our budget, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Members, we'll start with any questions. Committee voting members. Okay, Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't have too many questions, Director Malo, for being here, but you've been super accessible, and I know you've presented at several of our committees as well. I just wanted to ask about the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission. What does the setup or activation of that look like? So you found an archaeologist, you said.
So we need to have an archaeologist who would be basically the administrator of the program, and I
Okay.
think maybe one other clerical staff. So right now we have a planner, Michael Catt, who's working on the whole setup because it does require some like federal certification. We've also collected all of the interested commissioners or people who are applying, and we're kind of going through that, and hopefully by next month or maybe even this month we'll be bringing it to the council for members to be placed on that commission. So we are definitely rolling along and trying to get this set up as quickly as possible.
Awesome.
And they would need to create administrative rules too.
The commissioners would.
Yes.
Okay, and there's 9 or 7?
I think it's 9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have 9 names already.
We have more than 9, so we
Okay.
are going through those names.
Okay, so, and when you say we, that's mainly your admin group at DPP?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then, could we just do a quick, like, high-level view of what the commission will do, or what role it'll fill?
So yeah, very simply, I think that they will hopefully help DPP as far as with the process of looking at historic and cultural properties as part of the permitting process. I think they're charged with coming up with some plans, develop plans. What else? I think there's an inventory that they can review. We're hoping that they can do a lot of the work pre-permitting, like really set out what different areas of the island would mean before people think about developing. So just trying to assist us with SHPD to figure out how we can improve the process and have a much stronger voice in cultural and historic preservation.
I appreciate that, because I see the value on the historic cultural preservation side. I'm curious, so has SHPD already related or opined as to what role they think our commission can assist them or make things go faster maybe or more efficiently?
Yeah, so we're definitely, Michael Catt, our planner, is working closely with SHPD now to figure out how our role would interface with theirs and how we could all work together, even to help set up the commission.
Yeah, because there's certain things that I know require part of the process is SHPD inquiries, right? But then even, I don't know if it's as simple as the commission could be a part of doing the preliminary research and sending it with the initial package to SHPD. So it's like, oh, we did it already, take a look, and maybe speed up the review or something like that.
Right. Yeah, I think that's definitely something under consideration. So it's kind of open-ended at this time, but definitely something like that or other ways that they can help to facilitate and make things more transparent and streamlined, most definitely.
Perfect. Okay, appreciate that. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Oh, wow. Already up. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you for being with us. A few quick questions I wanted to know right now in regards to Bill 1, which is, the project that we were hoping would move forward. How many permits have been approved and how much permits are pending?
So I believe 7 have been approved. Bill 7 haven't been approved. 1 has received Bill 1 grants. I think that there's maybe 40 currently pending in our process, maybe a little less than that.
So basically just 1 was approved and received the funding that they needed to do it.
Yes. So they need a CO, a certificate of occupancy, in order to get the grants. So
And I
it
know
kind of
that
takes a while.
there's a timeline on that, right? Couple years. So are we getting close to that, especially with 40 pending?
Yeah, I think there is a sunset date, so we would need to extend that to allow some of these other projects if they're not able to get their COs in time.
Yeah, I think the timeline for the pilot as well as the timeline for the funding, both, because I do think that maybe at the onset it was a great idea, but the amount of time to implement it, I think, was too short.
Yeah.
In regards to the private activity bonds, when I asked Director Kawano about this, he said none had been issued. I know that you have it as one of your slides as part of affordable housing. So in regards to this, what is your department's role in trying to get that to roll out? I think I brought it up to them every single time they've come in front of us.
So private activity bonds have not been issued, but the process has begun, and we have received applications and reviewed. So it's just kind of pending. I think at some point we will be able to issue them.
Okay, so there are some pending. And what is the cap or the amount of money that's going to be issued for the private activity bonds in total, not per project?
No, sorry, I don't have that figure, but I can get it for you. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm guessing that it's only a handful of projects within the cap that we're going to be given, right? It's like a couple. I think I've looked at a few spreadsheets of like what the private activity bonds could do. Still helpful, but we don't have unlimited private activity bonds. Am I correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
And then STR improvements you have as one of the things, or one of the things that can help in laws that we've already passed. I get an email every week from the same lady complaining that she still can't get hers done to do her legal short-term rentals. So I know you and I had talked about it previously. Is the department still in favor of just doing some minor revisions to help the application process?
Yes, so we are drafting up our submittal to the Planning Commission, so we can go back specifically on the requirements for registration and refine those and take out some requirements so it's not so burdensome to our staff as well as the applicants. We're also potentially looking at rulemaking so that there's more clarity. So all those things we're trying to do.
And it would have to go through the commission as part of the admin process, not necessarily any law that needs to be changed per se.
Well, as far as currently the law requires that they submit this long laundry list, so we would need to, so that would be what we're submitting to the Planning Commission, is that revision to the LUO that requires that.
Understood. Yeah, so basically it would go through them, and then per their recommendation, we would have to amend the law.
Yes.
I'm grateful to hear, that the administration is willing to move forward with the Solar Plus app. Thank you for the time with the meeting. I think indefinitely helping our local residents, and especially with the renewable energy, it's really important. And so if you wouldn't mind, since everyone here wasn't in there, how many solar permits are in the QE right now?
I don't know the exact number, but what we did find was that 60% of all of our building permits are solar, which is huge. I think the next percentage is only 14%, and it's, I think, I forget what the category is, but obviously solar is a huge part of our permitting, so we do want to give it special, real look at it and see how we can make sure it's a smooth process, because it affects the other types of building permits as well.
Right, and my main concern in bringing it up, and I'll drop a council communication for everyone to have the documents that we shared with the mayor, is that there is a limited time where people can access credits, where they can actually get the financing they need. And so I just wanted to make sure that for those reasons that it's expedited. I guess lastly, in regards to relief workers, we talked briefly about this, and I see that you guys went from 80 vacancies to 111. No doubt your department is super hard to recruit and retain for because of the load level. My concern is burnout. My concern is workload. I did meet with HGEA to see if they'd be willing to even entertain the idea of which they had done it for DLIR, for unemployment. They had done it for the Land Bureau of Conveyances. At the point where we're at, and of course they said part of the reason why they were in favor of a limited time of relief workers is because literally people were being asked to work weekends and they were like, I'm going to quit. And so they said in order to retain our members, a short amount of time with relief workers as negotiated between us and the city, we'd be in favor of. Would you be in favor of looking into that?
Yes, and absolutely. And I think that Bill 6, which is before the council now, is the path forward, because it would allow us to have these outside reviews for temporary use until we can bring the high backlogs down. So we would be supportive of that.
That would be great. And I'll also drop a council communication listing out all of these, including Bill 6, including the solar at permit resolution, just for everyone's knowledge so we can keep up with it. I know you have a large way to go to charge forward, but thank you for the issues on those items and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Actually, before we go to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, we're going to go to Vice Chair Kia Aina, then Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Director. Since I see you very often in my office or in hearings, I'm going to be pretty brief because I certainly know your challenges, and I think you've done your darndest to do what is necessary to keep things moving over there. I may have missed all of the dialogue with you and Councilmember Wire with regard to the OHPC. Your budget says that it's going to be fully staffed. How many staff?
I think right now it's just 2.
And does that include an archaeologist, which was authorized last year?
Yes.
And the other person would probably be admin?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I also saw that you are going to fully staff the short-term rental unit and private activity bonds unit. Is that different from the housing unit?
So the housing unit includes the PAB, private activity bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and they will work with your the other agencies with regard to increasing the number of affordable housing units, whatever it takes, right?
Right.
Okay. So then, just following up on your vacancy, so 60 out of the 111 will be done by 2024. That's only 54%. Can you do more to improve that number?
Yeah.
Or are you proposing that some numbers be abolished? It doesn't have an abolished line here.
Yeah, no, we're not proposing it abolishing any positions. I think the numbers, the 60 is pretty conservative. We definitely want to go harder and get more positions filled. And I think we're trying to use different methods to do that. So it's a conservative number, 60, but we'll continue to work hard to fill those positions.
Okay, and then could you elaborate on the request for 3 new positions, planner, executive assistant, project manager 2? Will these positions help in your ongoing efforts to improve efficiency of the building permits process?
So for the, I'm sorry, which position?
There is a planner, executive assistant, and project manager 2.
So the executive assistant will definitely help as far as the POSSE modernization, our software. So definitely that will help as we modernize and streamline the technology. And so they'll kind of oversee and make sure that that happens seamlessly because it's a pretty huge undertaking for our department.
Okay.
And then I'm sorry.
Planner and project manager 2.
So planner, if it's planner under customer services, that they would take care of our help to with our fines collection. So if anything, that would really help with our enforcement because we're understaffed.
Including short-term rental, yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And the project manager 2?
Project manager 2. I don't see that on here. What's that? Yeah. Sorry, we'll have to get back to you. I don't see that specific title on our list, but.
Okay, no problem. And my last question is on the career deputy director position. I know you have an appointed position. Any update on the career deputy?
But we continue to look for that deputy. The fact that Jiro came in as our appointed first deputy has been a huge help. I think it's just a matter of us finding a right fit, but we're still looking.
Is there no one internally that could fit that position? What I'm worried about is, you have one vacant leadership position, and that means the burden falls on the 2 of you and then all of the directors. So if you had someone, including just pulling someone up internally including for the interim, then you have just another chain of command to report to.
Yeah, I think so. We went out, I think, over a year ago for this position, and there weren't any internal applicants. But we are looking internally. The thing is, when we do think of pulling people from internal, like it leaves a puka where they're already doing really important work.
Yeah.
But we're just basically trying to see what would fit, and I think that in time we will be able to fill that
Okay,
position.
because I need to let you know, reporting authority is so important. In our recent trip to Washington, D.C., I spoke to the Department of Interior as well as the Hawaii delegation, and the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations at the Department of Interior has an inappropriate reporting authority. And I have been asking for a new Deputy Assistant Secretary for Native Hawaiian Affairs because when they're reporting to someone who may not have all of the background or no time, then overall Native Hawaiian relations doesn't improve with the federal government. And so I'm just trying to, you have so much kuleana, and I just think that whatever you guys can do to close that loop will be helpful for you and, of course, for the city.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kia'aina. Next, we'll go with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Sorry in advance. I've got lots of questions. Starting with the Bill 1 grant, I understand that the text of the Bill 1 ordinance authorizes $10 million total for the program. Is the $2.7 million that you're proposing a portion of that $10 million, or is it on top of the $10 million?
It's a portion of that $10 million, I believe.
And I guess one of my concerns is if we are funding it at $2.7 million, that represents only about 300 units based on the 60 to 100% AMI cap, or about 180 units at the 60 AMI and below cap. And, you know, if one of my issues with this grant program is it's after the fact, and so developers can't put it into their pro forma. And if the choice is chasing after a project that may get a grant later, or a project that's going to pencil right now, they're going to choose the latter every single time. And so, you know, I'm hoping that we can explore some other options on top of this, and I hope we get your department's support as well in doing that.
Yes, I think that's totally reasonable to maybe time it differently than the CO. So.
Okay. You know, also, we've touched upon the vacancy issue, and I recognize there's vacancies everywhere, but I really want to understand where the choke points are. And so I was wondering if there's the chart, or if there's a chart that shows the vacancies within each branch and the number of positions allocated to each branch.
Yeah, we can put that together for you.
Before we get that, are there any branches that have particular vacancy issues that are particular choke points within the department?
I don't think so. Well, when I just look at the list, we have a lot of inspector positions that we need to fill across the board. You know, so whether it's building, plumbing, electrical, and housing inspectors. So I think there's a big chunk there. And then again, it's the plans examining engineers that we just created, those 15 positions for commercial projects. So those are the big chunks, but generally.
Okay. Well, I look forward to getting that chart. In the department's 3-year master plan from 2022, it was recommended that there be 39 additional positions by FY23, and then I think it was 43 positions in FY24. Have we met or exceeded that at this point?
No. Are you asking for like new?
I guess that was identified in the master plan, so I'm asking whether this budget fulfills the goals that the master plan in 2022 set up. Because if we identified that this was a need in 2022, but we're not even asking, you know, we're asking for only a handful more positions when we know that there's a backlog, I guess what's the point of having the master plan in the first place?
So the master plan, I think there has been a little bit of like refinement and adjustment to the master plan back in 2022. And that's in part in the last 6 months since I've come on board. We're trying to really nail down and focus on what the needs are, whether it is capacity or we need to work on our processes. So the 10 positions that we're asking for, I think it makes sense. It's very tailored to what we need. And I think that's important, like the flexibility as each week we find something new about our processes that we need to change or what the problem is. And so I think that we're not abandoning what was said in 22, but we need to be more specific, and we're just learning as we go. So I think if that kind of explains why we're not stuck to that, we're not wedded to that original number, but we're just learning and trying to make our way as we move forward.
Okay, so to the point about learning as you go along, I understand there was a bid last summer for a consultant that would help to improve processes and identify issues. So was awarded? Have we engaged? Have we started? Is this contractor on board?
So the contractor, I think we are close to awarding, within a few weeks. And that's under FRF. And that's also separate from a lot of the other contracts that were considered. So that this is the only one that is continued, other than the consultant contract that we're looking for the posse modernization. So it's basically 2 left. I think there were maybe 6 or 7 last.
Will we have an opportunity to meet with the consultant when they come on board?
Sure, yes.
Great. And then I imagine that as the consulting goes along, there will be recommendations that come up over the course of FY 2024. Is there money set aside to start implementing some of these recommendations, or are we going to have to wait till 2025 if they pick up something that's immediate that we either need to do or that we can do immediately?
I think that the contract includes those types of related expenses. Yeah.
And I also understand that the contract proposes that the consultant design and launch a new website. Is there funding in here for the new website, or are we waiting for 2025 for a new website?
So that's actually not no longer required. We revamped our website on our own, and they'll help to maybe tweak or give us some refinements. But for the most part, we've already done that.
Okay. Speaking of consultants and outside contracts, I wanted to ask about the collections agency. Have we secured that vendor?
Yes, we have.
And they're on board. They've started.
They have. I think last week we gave them our first list. We're going to give batches, and they've already worked. They're already working on it. We've already got some responses about that list, so they're on it.
Okay, because I see in the revenue side of the binder, page 6 and page C74, we've allocated 0 for LUO-related fines and 100,000 less this year.
Councilmember Dos Santos,
sorry.
I'm going to have to pause you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Earmark where you are.
Yeah.
Because Olelo is frozen.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to recess. Oh my God. I would like to call the Committee on Budget back to order. First off, before we go back to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, in the event that we do lose Olelo broadcasting, please head to honolulucitycouncil.org. Can you hear me? To also view the streaming on our Granicus and also for the options of our YouTube streaming as well. So Granicus online at honolulucitycouncil.org. Okay? Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your patience, and also thanks to the MD's office for letting us know about the Olelo technical difficulties. With that, kick it back over to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you. And just, I was informed that Olelo kicked out in the last question. So just to recap sort of the last question on the consulting services to review, reorganize, and reform the department. The contract has been awarded. The consultant's coming on board, and we can meet with them soon.
It hasn't been awarded yet,
Okay.
but will be in the next few weeks.
Okay. And then, is there funding set aside in the budget to pay for any implementation of recommendations that they come up with immediately?
I believe so.
Where is that?
I mean, it's in the contract itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then to be clear, they took out the website from that contract. Okay, cool. On to the next. The question where we were before we recessed. We've secured a collections agency, which is great, and yet on the revenue side, there's 0 for LUO fines and 100,000 less for building and electrical and sort of other violations. What's the explanation for those lower revenue lines?
I'm not sure. So LUO fines.
Yeah, this is page C6 or C74 of the revenue binder, and it's 0 for LUO fines, and it's 100,000 less for this fiscal year than it was last year. And I imagine with the collections agency, we're going to be hopefully collecting a lot more.
I'm not sure why it's LUO fines specifically. I wonder if it might be part of the overall building fines, but I'd have to check. LUO, and that would include short-term rental fines. So actually, I don't know what the discrepancy is, but it should show more projected fines collections in those areas.
Because I guess if we're not showing these revenues here, we want to be able to give the department as many resources as possible. So having an accurate estimate of revenues would help us do that.
Yes.
Beyond collecting fines, to what degree is the department planning on pursuing other actions against serial or long-term violators? I know, Budget Chair and I have actually sent some letters about properties in Kalihi that have been just outstanding for a long time, burned. Nobody's, done the demolition. They've accrued numerous NOVs. I mean, what are we doing to get compliance?
So with these more egregious violators, we do move forward with filing liens against the property. And then the next step would be foreclosure. It is a whole legal process that's involved at that point, which does take time. But that's our next. Those are our next 2 steps after we're unable to collect on fines.
How many of these filings for liens or foreclosure did we do last fiscal year?
I don't have that number, but we can get it for you.
Is it a handful? Is it dozens? Is it 0?
No, I would venture to say it's quite a lot. I would say more than 30. I don't know the exact number, but I do sign off on these weekly.
Okay, good. We touched upon this a little bit in the PowerPoint itself, but I saw we're also projecting $1 million less in building permit fees in FY24, and I was wondering if we could get just a clearer explanation as to why that's lower.
I think it's somewhat of a conservative estimate. I think this projection is based on prior trending in the previous 2 years. So it's more just based on historical data. But we do think, because like I had mentioned, the last quarter we had greater revenues than we had anticipated, that it could be much more. It could be closer to 2023 or above that.
Okay. Chair, I've got a lot of other questions, but I recognize other council members might as well. I'd be happy to defer to other council members and come back.
Okay, thank you. We can go into more rounds after this. Okay, next up we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair Cordera, and good afternoon. You mentioned solar permits make up, did you say 70% of all pending permits currently
Yeah.
within DPP?
About 60% of all permits.
60%, quite a
Yes.
bit. And we have a special section of DPP that's taking care of just solar?
So right now, what we did is a lot of the residential solar, which is the greatest portion, we do, because a lot of them are supposed to be online instant permits, but we, in the mornings in Kapolei, we have a staff that focus on residential solar to make sure that they're going through. So we have kind of treated them separately, but it is quite surprising what a large part of that is such a large part of our permitting.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that amount as well. You know, once the work is completed, can you give us an update on whether or not the inspections are being timely?
Yeah, I mean, I think we try to, when inspections are called for, we go out, but there might be some of a backlog, which is why we need some of these inspector positions as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I think we passed either was it Bill 58 or 59 a couple of years ago, asking DPP to expedite that.
Right. Yeah.
Which leads me to my next question. DPP is looking to expedite the processing of building plans and permits, including for affordable housing, residential projects, commercial projects, and trenching and grading permits. If these efforts are successful, which I hope they are, more projects are being developed. Is DPP prepared for the anticipated increase in the inspections and enforcement responsibilities, which I think you probably just answered the question. That's why you need more inspectors.
Yes, that's right. And then there's some vacancies, as I had mentioned too, so we just need to work hard on hiring those in those areas.
What does an inspector get paid, may I ask? We were talking about this in relation to the Liquor Commission. They're having a hard time. You know, every department's having a hard time filling vacant positions, but just curious, these jobs are really important. What does someone in that position get paid?
Average is $45,000 per year, so it is pretty low. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe I had questions with that regard to raising the pay or reclassifying some of these jobs so that they can get paid more with HR. So you may want to tune in for that. DPP is contracted with UHERO and the Hawaii Community Foundation to better quantify, and reduce the regulatory burden of the development of affordable housing. May I ask, how much is that contract going to cost? Is that reflected in your budget?
You know, I'm not sure, and I thought that was actually, I think MD's office might have more specifics on that, but I don't have that number. I can get it for you.
Okay, great. And has DPP already contracted with a consultant for the next phase of the LUO update?
I believe they have. No. It's planned to have the next phase. I'm not sure if we actually, there's a contract, but it would probably be with the current vendor. I'm not sure.
Okay, and we are still working on Bill 10. One focus is on the development of TOD communities with lower AMI affordable housing and mixed-use retail and live-work-play environment. All neighborhood TOD plans have been adopted by the council, but only 2 TOD plans have already established as part of the TOD special district with applicable regulations and zoning. Can you give us an update on whether or where we're at as far as the zoning portion of those plans?
I'd have to give you specifics, but I think we have a schedule as far as how our TOD branch is going to move forward with the council on those. Yeah.
Do you think those are going to happen this year?
I think some of them will, yes.
Okay, great. I noticed in your slide deck that DPP's operating budget includes $3 million in grants for construction of affordable rental housing projects pursuant to Ordinance 21-12. How would you award these grants? And is it going to be awarded by your department?
So it's when they receive, so for these apartment under Bill 7 originally, right, these apartment affordable housing type of projects, when they receive their certificate of occupancy is when they can receive or apply for and receive the grants. So it's we certify that the number of units or it's all compliant under Bill 7 and Bill 1, and then we give it to BFS and they do their number crunching or whatever, and they help to issue the actual grant.
Oh, I see. So the $3 million is for Bill 1.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't that initially call for $9 million?
Yeah, or a 10 million cap, I think, in the bill. But we're just projecting for the next year that we think that the number of projects that will be permitted and based on units, that 3 million would be the amount that we'd probably issue.
I see. So this $3 million is for fiscal year 2024, which runs from July of 2023 to June of 2024. You only think we're going to be able to process $3 million worth of these grants during that time? I mean, we get a lot of concerns from the developers calling my office. I know other council members are getting the same thing, that they're really frustrated with the fact that these permits are taking so long. And I also understand that in some degree, it's the contractor's responsibility to make sure that their permit requests are accurate. But, you know, you think 3 million is enough, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I think so. These projects are smaller, right? They're like maybe 20 to 30 units per. So it's not going to be a huge number of units. Also, Bill 7 has been challenging. It's not very clear. So has been a lot of back and forth with my staff and the developers to figure out what is health and safety and what isn't. So honestly, the bill hasn't been the smoothest to work with. So maybe that has helped, or that has kind of created more of the back and forth and therefore the longer processing time.
If there are amendments to Bill 1 that you would like to see, please don't hesitate to let us know. Lastly, one of DPP's new positions is Chief of Housing Policy and Strategy. Is this the Executive 2 position that we're talking about?
No, I think that's Craig Hirai's position where he is now doing the PAB.
Okay, that makes sense. What specifically are this person, Craig Hirai's duties and responsibilities?
So he does the PAB and the GET exemption. So both of those, right, we came up with rules in the last year. So he's beginning to implement those two programs. He also is part of just the overall city effort, the administration's effort to come up with policies and support projects for affordable housing.
Okay, and within your budget request, are you asking for any staff positions to assist him, or you're taking care of that internally?
So we have one staff person for that like branch, which is FRF, yeah. Oh, right. We currently have, or we're about to sign a personal services contract for that staff person.
Okay, great. And I came in a little late. I'm not sure. Did you introduce the gentleman sitting next to you?
Yeah, so this is Lee Sanderson, our ASO.
Okay, hello. Nice to meet you. Thank
you. Okay, any other questions before I head over to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Okay, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
All right. Following up on just the contracted, activities. I want to talk about the bot. I understand the bot came in last fall. We got it for about $147,000 or so. And that expires at some point next year. I don't know if it's June 30th or if it's 1 year after commencement. But at some point, it's going to expire. So how do we evaluate its successes, and how do we evaluate the challenges that it sort of created as well?
So I think we can look at the data that we have, prior to the bot being implemented, and then over time. We're still working with the vendor to tweak it and add other checklist items. So we should be able to have that information.
Okay. Is the intent to renew and continue the bot contract?
I think if we're able to just cover all the checklist items, we won't need to, and then we actually kind of own the bot to do whatever it needs to do from here on out.
Okay, and so that's allowable under the contract?
Yes, I think so. Oh, so I guess they do provide some maintenance of the bot
On an ongoing basis beyond the end of the contract?
Yeah, beyond the contract.
Okay. Is that in the budget to do the ongoing maintenance beyond their existing contract?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I've gotten complaints from some of the plan people, especially when it comes to the hand drawings. I know about 30% of E-plans still come in with hand drawings of some kind. What are we doing to improve on those things? Because those just get kicked out and people get stuck in this rejection cycle.
Do you mean, okay, so part of the electronic submission of plans? So I think we're looking at everything. So even the checklist items, we're trying to narrow down to see what's not necessary. It's just a continuous process where we want to work with the applicants and then provide more information on our website to say what is acceptable or not. So it's just a lot of different things to really figure out the happy medium.
And is this the Project Doc software? Is that part of the e-plan processing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which we were looking to upgrade.
Okay. And I think one of the other issues that I hear about from constituents and folks in the industry is just when e-plans kicks out an application that's just not compliant in some way, they just feel like they don't have real feedback. It's not even, it's rejected, or it's not even rejected with comments. They just sort of have to figure out what it is. What can we do to make that clearer so then people aren't stuck in this rejection cycle?
So I think the bot itself, it does try to pinpoint what the issue is when it goes through the bot. And then with our e-plans, which we're going to upgrade in the next 6 to 9 months, evolve, that too will have better instructions or information when things are rejected. And a lot of education, we want to be able to provide videos or other information to applicants so they understand what's expected.
Okay. And then could you talk about the upgrades to the POSSE system and where that's at and how we're funding that?
So that will be funded through FRF. We recently put out a RFI, request for information, and we got a lot of responses. So we're going to, in this next month, listen to the different proposals that will help us better draft our RFP. So we just want to know what's out there and how it can help us in our process.
Okay, I only have 3 more. Sorry, Chair. I want to go back to Bill 7, and it's only one question about Bill 7, because I know we do have Bill 8, which is going to extend that program, hopefully. So I understand there's a 90-day clock for approval for the Bill 7 permits. I'm not sure if we're meeting that. Are we meeting that?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, my office is tracking, I think there's 22 projects that have active applications under Bill 7. I heard today it's maybe closer to 40, which is awesome. The total number of units that's sitting there is about 700 units, possibly more, probably more if it's up to 40. I mean, what are we doing to get them out in 90 days so we can build these units?
So we're trying to work with developers directly like I had mentioned, Bill 7 is not the easiest to work with. We also have our affordable housing task force that I've mentioned in a previous hearing, and we're trying to really work with, get that group together of Bill 7 developers and have more back and forth to figure out how we can make things go through our process more smoothly and quickly.
Yeah. Are there any consequences for not meeting a deadline that's in a program?
So for the 90-day, they can just go ahead, and it's the permit is deemed issued. But I know that there's issues with that because then we might not have completed approved plans with which the inspector can go out and make their inspections and approve, and for them to get their CO, which is what they really want. So it's there, it's available, but they don't take advantage of it because they can't get a certificate of occupancy.
Yeah. And then the next two questions are sort of hypotheticals. I know that there are some equality issues here and equity issues, but has the department considered a fast track by fee process, like the Disneyland Fast Pass? Because these big projects that have to wait for their permits, it costs them thousands, maybe tens of thousands a month of every delay that they're sitting in permitting limbo. And I'm very sure they would gladly raise some revenue for the department, and we could also get some projects moving faster. Is this something that we have evaluated at all?
I think that for us to consider that, we would need the capacity to have that fast track lane. But we're open to any alternatives out there. Yeah.
Okay. And I think this gets to more of an esoteric question. The department is almost self-funding, right? We're almost there. What would it take to get us there? And this seems to me that if we had the self-funding structure, like many of the other departments that issue permits and things, we could set up this fast track. People could pay and get their permits done faster. We could pay to get more capacity. And I recognize there's hiring issues and other things, but what would it take to get there? Is this part of a plan that we can set for 3 years down the line or 5 years down the line and have as a goal?
I think it's something we can definitely consider. It would require just us getting what we're doing now is fixing our processes, making sure everything has SOPs, just really make sure everything is well oiled and working properly. It would probably require increases in some of our fees, better enforcement so we can collect on fines, just a very steady and insurable revenue stream, because what we do relies on the construction industry, and that can be kind of unpredictable too. But I think that it is possible, like other agencies, for us to be self-funded.
And I think that I appreciate that answer because, we had the discussion 2 days ago about our real property taxes and this huge backlog that we have. If we just look at the Bill 7 projects alone, possibly up to 40 projects that are backlogged, that's over $100 million of activity here that's being held up, and we could get it out in 90 days ideally. It's $1 million a day of activity that we could be approving, but it sometimes sits there. And so, I'd like to get to a point where it is well-oiled, and hopefully we can get, more resources. And if it means throwing more money at it, that may be well spent if it results in more revenue next year.
Right, yeah, I appreciate that. And I think everything that we're trying to do and continue to look at in order to improve our processes, when we can get that all pat down, I think there's definitely the opportunity to move forward with sustaining funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the Department of Permitting and Planning and Permitting? Okay, all right, thank you very much, Director. Next up, we have the Department of Facility Maintenance. And if anyone who wishes to view the presentation the presentation online, it is Departmental Communications 155-2023. And we have with us our Director, Don Sufchak. Hi, Director.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. 1 second, we'll try to get this load up real
Oh,
quick.
absolutely, but you can also proceed
Okay.
it's up. Perfect.
Got it. All right, good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Budget Vice Chair Wire, Chair Tommy Waters, and Vice Chair Kiaina, and council members of the council. Would like to introduce myself. My name is Dawn Sevchek, Director and Chief Engineer for the Department of Facility Maintenance. I will be introducing my team behind me, my all-stars. We have here the Deputy Director, Warren Mamizuka. We also have here the Chief of Automotive Equipment Service, Robert Permiano. Chief of Road Maintenance, Tyler Sugihara. Temporarily assigned Chief of Public Buildings and Electrical Maintenance, Richard Yoneda. Program Administrator for Stormwater Quality is Randall Wakamoto. I also have here with me Executive Assistant Lori Manassas Liu. And temporarily assigned Administrative Service Officer, ASO Liana Ramos here, manning the slide deck. All right. So we'll start first talking about our operating budget. Okay, sorry. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, one more. Yeah, okay, this is a visual capture of our organization. I think we talked about with each of you. We do have 4 divisions in addition to our administration division. Right now, currently as it is, the Stormwater Quality Division, Randall's division is wrapped up in administration. This will change in FY25 when we break it out within the budget. So just wanted to note that for you folks. Okay, next slide. Here we have our total budget. So DFM's proposed FY24 operating budget is based on there's a lot of increases in salaries, and this is in part due to a lot of previously unfunded vacant positions now being funded in FY24, and also to account for collective bargaining increases. We do see a slight increase, about 10% in our current expenses. Equipment has dropped down because we are capturing it within the CIP budget. And so that's our total increase of about 49.7%, I think. Next slide. Here you can see the division of our budget, or the allocation to our different divisions. Our roads division, as you can see, is a large portion of the budget because we take care of our roads and our streams through the DRM. PBEM is the second largest portion, which is responsible for not only the operation and maintenance of a number of our city buildings and facilities, but we also pay for the utilities at these facilities, and we also provide custodial services and grounds maintenance. So as you can understand, there's also electrical bills wrapped up into the PBEM chunk of the pie. Okay, next slide. Just a capture of our funding sources: general fund, highway beautification fund. The bikeway fund helps us to fund stencils and delineators. Our sewer fund helps us, actually funds us to do the maintenance repairs on all of the vehicles within our AES division. The bus transportation fund helps us to operate and maintain the Alapai Transit Center. And refuse general operating account and the recycling account helps us to also, again, do maintenance on the vehicles within ENV. Okay, next slide. Next slide, we'll go through the different divisions as far as the distribution of the budget for operating. So as you can see here, there is a salary increase of 46.5 projected. This currently includes, again, vacancies this includes stormwater quality vacancies, and also, again, collective bargaining increases that we're realizing. Current expenses is projected to be about 14.5% higher. Again, no equipment costs in this division. Next slide. Next slide is our Automotive Equipment Services division. Salaries, a little bit of increase there to cover the previously unfunded vacant positions and collective bargaining increases. The expenses is primarily due to the increased cost of fuel. So that's why you see a little bit of an increase of about 20% in current expenses. Our equipment costs have gone down, and that is Automotive Equipment Services division. Next slide, please. Next slide is our public building and electrical maintenance division. Again, to cover the salary of previously unfunded vacancies, as well as collective bargaining increases. We do see a slight increase in salaries there for PBM. Our increases, or our expenses has decreased tremendously. This is due in part to a large cost in the previous year for joint polls that we had to pay for with HECO of about $6 million. So there's a slight, or a decrease there that you'll see. And equipment costs are primarily for 6 replacement riding mowers that used at Kapolei Hale, the Training Academy, HPD Wahiawa, and the Waianae Neighborhood Community Center, and at the Civic Center. Next slide. Next slide is our roads maintenance division. A big chunk of it goes to our salaries. Again, funding what was previously unfunded for vacant positions and also accommodating for the collective bargaining increases. We are going to have an increase in our current expenses because we will be assisting DDC as far as pavement treatment. We realize that DDC's projects to resurface or to rehabilitate streets may be a little delayed, take some time. So in the interim, we are proposing to do some mill and fill in certain, or have some money geared towards mill and fill service treatment of certain roads. So it's about $10 million there that we're seeing. So that's going to be an increase in our current expenses in DRM. And equipment costs is just $20K in this division. Next slide, please. This covers our vacancies. So current vacant positions as of February 1st is 365, as you can see there. We anticipate, and we're working very feverishly to fill 139 before July 1st. We anticipate also filling in the next fiscal year about 174 positions. Next slide, please. And this just kind of captures our department revenue. So as you can see here, we're not really a tremendous revenue generating department. We get our main sources of revenue comes from city employee parking fees at FMB and JTMC, gas sale to State and Board of Water Supply, lamppost banner displays, sidewalk cleaning and repairs, vacation accumulated deposits, fines through stormwater, perquisite housing, and federal grants. And that captures just the revenue that we get for our department. That wraps up our operating budget summary, so we can move on to the capital improvements. All right, so this is distribution of our funds there. A large chunk of it going to highways and streets, as you can see, about 80 million. And then next is general government. We'll go into this in finer detail as we go through the different slides. And then public safety at 14 million. Okay, next slide. First one we have is general government public facilities, as you can see there, and I think you have in your books the detail on each of these projects. So the first one being the Civic Center parking structure, as I'm sure you're aware of. The next one being electrification of transportation infrastructure, which is actually a DTS-led project. Next is energy conservation improvements, which kind of helps us to install EV chargers at various public facility or city facilities so that we can start buying aggressively more EV vehicles for the city fleet. There's also, as you can see here, I won't read it all one by one. There's improvements to bus facilities, corp yards, the MED. The municipal parking facilities improvements is a bulk fund, as well as the public building facilities improvements. And municipal facilities improvements is also a bulk fund. So total for our general government for public facilities is 39 million, just shy of 40. Next slide, please. Next slide is public safety. First, there's 2 subcategories within this category, flood control and other protection miscellaneous, as you can see there. Flood control improvements at various locations is a bulk fund, so we have some flexibility as where we prioritize, where we do install or construct flood control improvements. The other protection miscellaneous subcategory, we do have 3 bulk funds there and 1 line item, as you can see there. Total of this category is 14.9 million. Okay, next slide. Okay, on to our biggest category, highways and streets. The top one being there, the first 3 deals with affordable housing, structural regional planning, studies for Halava, Ivole, and West Oahu. I think MD spoke about this earlier. Next, we have a series of bulk funds in the curb ramps at various locations on Oahu, the guardrail improvements, rehabilitation of streets, utility share expenses, and reconstruction of sidewalks. Total for that subcategory is $48.7 million. Then we go on to bridge viaducts and grade separation with the bulk fund of bridge rehabilitation at various locations. We work with DDC to prioritize the most needed ones to have projects in. 3.5 for that subcategory. Okay, next slide is our storm drainage. And first item there is our drainage improvements at various locations, which again is a bulk fund. We work with DDC to prioritize specific locations to attack at any given time. We then have erosion control improvements, which again is a bulk fund, and a series of NPDES projects, which helps us to be in compliance with our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System permit. So making sure that we're aligned and in compliance with EPA's permit there. The total for that is $27 million. And then we also have a bulk fund for street lighting of $940 million, or $940,000. And the total for the whole highways and streets category is $80 million, as was shown in the pie chart. The next and last section of the CIP budget is our major equipment listing. A lot of it has to deal with stream cleaning, as well as lights. Street lights. You will see there, it's all specifically outlined, mowers. We also have mowers, loaders, service trucks, street lighting equipment, crane trucks, a lot of crane trucks, a couple train trucks, and forklifts and stuff. So paging through all of that. To end up on page 23, the total major equipment budget for CIP is $5.2 million. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. Standing by for any questions.
Mahalo, Director. Any questions, Vice Chair Kia Aina?
No questions, just comments. Director, thank you so much for your presentation and all that you and your team does for the people of City and County of Honolulu. I often think sometimes that people don't really understand the complexity of the kuleana under you. You've done a lot to help all of our offices with roads, sidewalks, streams, stormwater. And of course, you have to make sure that our city's vehicles and equipments are all up and running. So I just wanted to say thank you for your for what your department does. Specifically with my district, you have helped tremendously on helping to work with the U.S. Army Corps to get the permit necessary for opening the berm on a monthly basis. It was a big feat. And I look forward to working with you to continue stream maintenance for Ka'elepulu. So as you know, I will be, because the funds that I allocated expire, I'll be putting in additional funds in this budgetary cycle. And just lastly, when I call you, separate from the risers, of course, I call you just with something specific that is of importance to me. So I will be calling you and your team with regard to Bayview Golf Course. We are on the verge of rolling out a dog park, a very beautiful dog park that Parks and Rec has stood up. I'm just waiting for an easement and realignment of one of the holes. And the golf course owner has a stream that's probably city-run going through the property. And he asked me to kokoa to see if they could get a MOU so that they could help to clean the stream for us. And what that would do is would decrease the flow of water onto the golf course as well as into the dog park. Win-win situation for all. I've been busy as you, so I haven't gotten around to it. So that's the only project right now in my queue to work with you. And I need to tell you that, the signage, you guys provide all kinds of signage, but one of the big projects that was helpful to my constituency had to do with Lanikai. In the beginning of the year, we have the signage for the bikeway for both Cynthia Thielen and Ted Rogers. And I went to their WOES, Woes Day Parade on January 1st, and Mr. Rogers, who lives in the continent now, was able to come back, and they had a big sign on the on one of the floats with the name of the park, the bikeway, and so I just want to let you know, things like that. You have big picture issues, and then just a simple sign like that is very meaningful to a community. And that's all. I just wanted to say thank you. I look forward to continuing the productive working relationship.
Mahalo for that, Vice Chair. Appreciate that.
Any other questions from the committee members? I'll go to Councilmember Okimoto, and then I think I saw Councilmember Tupola's hand at the end as well. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Aloha, Director. I had a question on, in your write-up, you have the Division of Road Maintenance Street Resurfacing Mill and Fill contract totals 11.5 million. I'm trying to match up with your graph, but it doesn't match up with your numbers here, but I want to know what streets are you guys focusing on with that 11.5 million?
We haven't developed that prioritized list just yet, but we'll definitely update the council when we do have that updated list. This is kind of a new development, so we are going to contract. It doesn't correlate directly with the expenses on there because some other expenses went down to overcome the increase that we're looking for in that.
So where did this number come from then if you don't have the projects yet?
So the 10, sorry.
On here it says 11.5.
40 lane miles, I'm sorry. 40, right? 40 lane miles should be covered by the 11.5 mill and fill contracts that we're going to let out.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
40 lane miles.
48 lane miles.
Correct.
But you're not sure what areas you're looking at?
We're still discussing internally where we're going to prioritize.
Okay. When do you know when will you have that information?
When will we have the information? So, hopefully. So we're working with DDC and administration maybe in the next month or so. Closer to May, Councilmember.
So this is going to be for fiscal year 2024. So you have 1 year to spend the
Correct.
12 million.
Yes.
How do you plan on doing that?
So we're scoping out already the RFPs for our contracts. It's going to be an IDIQ contract, so we're going to let it out like that and then just take task orders off of that IDIQ contract. So we're just going to let it out once, and then we're going to use it throughout the year to do the 40 lane miles throughout the island.
Sorry, Director, could you repeat that again?
So no problem. So we're going to have an RFP out for one contract, for one contractor, and it's called an IDIQ contract. So we don't have to have the specific locations identified at the letting of the contract. We can just tell the contractor, okay, go here, go here, go here, and just kind of keep going against the contract value.
And what, I guess, rubric are you using to determine which lanes or roads you're going to be looking at when you're making the decision?
Good question. Okay, based on complaint calls, for sure. So like the most deteriorated roads that we're hearing about, that's how we're going to look at that.
Okay, so I should have my community complaints in. Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if you can provide us info, we need some help on that. That'd be great. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Okay, Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Aloha, Director. Good afternoon.
Good
Aloha,
afternoon.
Deputy Director Mamizuka. Hi, Tyler. Thank you guys for being here. Real quick questions. In this fund sources, it says that you guys get $245,500 and a little bit more in FY24 from the Highway Beautification Fund. Is that based on a position related to utilizing those funds, or how do they determine this amount? Because I saw that Parks actually got some of this fund too. So what do you specifically use it for?
I'm going to have my guru come up and talk about that. Tyler.
Sorry, I'm a little underdressed, but I'm Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Road Maintenance. So the Highway Beautification Funds, we primarily been using that with our landscape medians because we took that over from the Parks and Recreation Department back in 2007. So ever since that time, we've been using Highway Beautification Funds for the maintenance for some of our equipment and those items related to the roadway median maintenance.
So roadway medians on city streets.
That's correct.
And you guys aren't allowed to use those funds or don't request it for anything else?
Primarily, it's for beautification, and so then we don't really have much beautification projects, but the highway medians does qualify for it, so that's why we've been utilizing those funds.
Yeah, maybe we can talk, because I do feel like there's lots of beautification that I need. I need a lot of things cleaned and beautified. So I would like to see how those funds could possibly be tapped in for projects. I didn't know that you guys also use this, but I'm guessing it has to be for a specific purpose.
For
so.
specific, right, highway project, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. For the director, the recycling account SWSF in fund sources says that it's bringing in about 4.8 million for your department. And then on the department revenue, it says you guys brought in like $549 for that. So what is that? And you're using a big chunk of it to fund your departments, but you're bringing in a little bit. Could you explain that to me?
That's a good question. I don't know that one. Tyler, do you know the recycling? Robert, come. I'm going to bring up my AES because primarily this funds the maintenance that we do for the equipment that supports recycling and ENV and the refuse trucks. So if you can.
Recycling is when we sell scrap metal.
Okay, the recycling revenue that we receive is from when we sell scrap metal.
Oh, you guys sell scrap metal?
Yes. Some of the streetlights that we no longer use, we sell as scrap metal.
Oh, so you sell scrap metal that you have within your own possession.
Correct.
You don't collect it and
No. We don't do that. Yeah.
And then this recycling account must be from all the departments that must be doing this right into this fund.
It's primarily refuse.
So just ENV.
Correct.
But you guys are allowed to use that for your department.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
My next question is about the Kapolei consolidation or the yard. And I don't know if this is within your purview. I mean, I know you have it in your budget, but I had asked them to have multiple things there, all the things. So like trash collection, recycling, metal collection, bulk trash, tires, like, so that it could be kind of like a one-stop shop instead of going like 7 different places in Campbell Industrial.
Okay.
So what is currently set to be there?
It's just usually DFM facility. What's that? So AES, automotive equipment, will be moving out there. Some of their operations will be moving out to Kapolei, but it's primarily just facility.
It's a yard to hold your vehicles.
Correct.
Got it. And then this is an overflow, because you guys already have a yard in Kapolei, right?
That's the one. So like we're just expanding the capability there. It also involves driver trainers. So we have like a little course that people can train to, drive heavy equipment or big trucks.
Okay, so this is nothing new. This is just expansion.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it. My next question is about the affordable housing structure. I think this is on, let me see.
I think it's page 124.
I think I'm on page 17, and it's
17.
under 126, Affordable Housing Structure, Regional Planning, West Oahu. So it has $2 million there. What is this for specifically?
I will bring up MD to discuss this.
Wow. Honored. Let's go.
Good afternoon. Mike Formby, Managing Director. Councilmember Topola, I did want an opportunity to explain these 3 line items to the City Council. This proposal to the council came out of the Affordable Housing Working Group, and it reflected a long-standing conversation between the state and the city. And I think you all know that back in 2013, the city hired a TOD administrator, Harrison Rue, who recently went to the Office of Planning at the state. And we have agreements with the state, largely that flow out of the TOD Council. And so the TOD Council has been looking at transit-oriented development, specifically in Ivalai. And they entered into an agreement with the city and county in 2022 to do infrastructure planning in Ivalai. But when you read that agreement, and I've asked one of my staff members to actually bring it to me so I can read the language to you. When you read that agreement, what you basically see is that because the state is funding that plan, it identifies the impact to state properties. So they want to know what the city infrastructure is going to be doing for state properties in Evile. And what we felt like is that we don't want to be part of a conversation that deals with state properties. We want to be part of a conversation that deals with city properties and state properties. So we decided to request the council to appropriate funding for regional infrastructure planning studies in 3 regions that are identified for significant affordable housing development. One being West Oahu, the other being Evile, and then Halava. And what we're planning on doing is hiring a consultant who will work with the state consultant on their plan, and they'll do basically scalable infrastructure needs. So if you look at Halava, where the governor is planning a new development for Aloha Stadium, if we say 500 homes within a certain time frame, what is the infrastructure needs? If we say 2,000 within a certain time frame, what is the infrastructure needs? All the way up to 10,000 or 20,000, whatever it is the state is going to plan. The conversation that we've had over the last 10 years is we say to the state, how many units are you going to build? And they say to the city, what will your infrastructure support? And we go in this circle. So we're actually going to do regional infrastructure planning that looks at all of our infrastructure and utilities and allows us to say, in this time frame, this is what we can do, but this is what it's going to cost. And that gives us the money to go to the state and say, now let's talk about the share. Because if it's for state property, you need to be sharing in the cost of the infrastructure. If it's for city property, we need to be footing our portion of the bill. So right now I feel like we're at a disadvantage, and I don't think we should be in that space. So this is for 3 separate studies. We can work with council on how we define the region. A lot of it is dictated by the systems, the way the wastewater flows, the way the water flows. But we can expand the region or contract the region so that it makes most sense to the city and county of Honolulu. That's what these plans are for.
That's great. I was looking at it in the bill that you guys submitted, and I sent it over to Director Millis, and I was like, somebody explain to me what the $2 million is, and then I saw it again here. So thank you so much for explaining it.
Yeah. And I'm happy to give you more information on it. We're just now sort of putting words to what might be a scope of work, but I do want you to see the current agreement that the city has with the state, because I think you'll all agree that it's not really an even agreement. It's really is on the state's, to the state's favor, and I just don't think we should be in that position.
The current agreement, the TOD one that you're referring to?
The current agreement that was signed prior to this administration with the state, and it's between the city and county and HHFDC. And it really is about planning more for state properties. And I think we should be looking at state and city and county properties. So that's the purpose of these 3 studies.
So in the planning, because you have it in this year's budget, you guys intend to do complete the planning in 1 year, or less?
Oh, I don't know that it would be a year or less. I think they take more time than that. We'd have to go through a procurement process, and to actually do, I think, a meaningful planning study. I think we can, hopefully have good data that enables us to move on projects within a year, but it might take more than a year to actually do the scalable plan over the next 30 or 45-year period, because that's what we're looking at, a long-term plan.
So this $2 million that we're infusing right now is just to get it started, but there may be additional funds needed to continue it and complete it in full?
I hope not. I think $2 million should be enough. Maybe I misunderstood your question. I thought your comment was the plan would be completed in a year. And what I'm saying is it may take longer than a year, but for $2 million, I think we can get a work product that looks out. The horizon would be something like 25 years plus. And if it needs to be amended from time to time, we can amend it. But $2 million, I think, should get us a good, solid report for each of those 3 regions.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at what the current verbiage is and then being a part of the suggestion for West Oahu, because we already have severe needs in the booming areas that don't have infrastructure that are, severely suffering because of it. So thank you, MD. One more question for Director.
Okay, and could I add one more thing just for the council members on those plans? Right now, E&V already has CIP plans out 9 years, for example, in the Halava region, so they know what their plan is to expand the system. But what I want to bring, and I'm hoping these plans will be a mechanism to do that, is water to the table, Board of Water Supply to the table. Because I think when you have an environment, you're operating in an environment where right now we say there's no commitment by the Board of Water Supply until you get your permit, that really doesn't allow you to plan years ahead. And so I think by doing this regional infrastructure planning, we're not going to have sewer, we're going to have water, and we're going to have utilities, and we can have a bigger vision of what we can do. That's the plan. I'm happy to get you more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Last district question. I do not see Kulaʻaupuni drainage in here, and so I will be trying to add it again. Or is it in here?
It's in FY23. We actually put it in FY23. We're going to start doing it this FY.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you, Director. Thank you to your team. And thank you, Vice Chair and Chair.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Say, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Just excuse me, just one question from 2 years ago. Where are we in regards to the storm water utility fee? Are we going to go or we're not going to go?
Yeah, we intend to move forward with it. We're just trying to understand internally how it plays out with ENV and Board of Water Supply rates and stuff. So yeah, still discussing internally our strategy to implement it.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And mahalo, Director, and everyone for being here. Appreciate all the work that you're doing. Just real quickly, wanted to come back to the 40 lanes that we're going to be working on. So when you say it's complaint-driven, are we looking at historically or starting with the fiscal year? Or, I mean, even staff expertise? Because, I mean, you might see something and complain too, right?
So historically, yeah, and
Yeah,
definitely we'll reach out to each of our division or our superintendents at our base yards, because I'm sure they also field a lot of the complaints in their districts. So yeah, we'll definitely combine all of that input and determine a prioritized list.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because even sometimes the areas with like the worst infrastructure, the community has like the highest tolerance because they feel like they're doing their thing, taking care of their stuff, and they don't necessarily always have the time and the energy to go chase down the city, right? And so this isn't specific to you, but I'm just saying like we'll definitely try to bring info in too. Is it like more helpful if you get individual calls than like us saying this many X number of people complained about
What do you think?
this issue?
I think we're going to couple the complaints, and we'll work with DDC because we already have a list of streets that they have in their plan for rehabilitation. So we have to try and marry that schedule and see where we can provide, a little Band-Aid, if you will, before they get to that area. So yeah.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, perfect. So then the next questions I had. So it's my understanding, because I know some of the concerns we get from the community is when there's like intersection of city and state work, whether it's street maintenance, whether it's on the road. So I know my understanding that there's actually an MOU in the works. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Correct. Yeah, it's to share services between the state DOT and us. It's currently, we've already approved it on the city side. It's now over at the state for review with the AG. So very close to signing both sides. So
awesome.
Exciting stuff.
Okay, we'll do our follow-up too on the state side, but no, that would be really good. So any of that work would be factored into the budget already?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. And then regarding the SLFRF funds, I just wanted to double check. I think there were $3,000 in there for an asphalt truck. 300,000. Yeah. Do we know if that was going to be used?
We're gonna put it in for that if we could.
Okay.
Yeah. That's very helpful. Thank you for doing that.
Okay. Well, yeah, my predecessor did it, but recognized the importance of it. So mahalo to Councilmember Sunyoshi, but yeah, would appreciate it as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, back to Councilmember Say.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Maybe Deputy, is the Managing Director here?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Formby, I agree with you 110% that if it was an agreement signed by the past predecessors in regards to why the city is at a disadvantage in planning, we are the first responders. And the concern is, I brought this up with DTS in the acquisition of more and more roads in limbo to the city, which is an unfunded mandate. Sometimes I wonder, why do we get involved in these type of agreements where we, the county, are at a disadvantage? I agree with you in putting infrastructure. We talked about it with Mr. Babcock, and he's very blessed and fortunate because of the federal consent decree and the assessments on our local residents as far as what the minimum rate will be for sewer rates versus water consumption. The project that you have for Halava, which I don't know. I know the state's going to benefit tremendously with their project. Can we not get credits like what we had in the past when I was in the state legislature? The city does the water development, but they don't use the water, but they get credit for it, for city and county future developments. I don't know if our colleagues on the other side of the punch bowl understand that, or the administration, but there was credits in regards to water exploration. With water exploration, you can come up with your development. I agree with you on the border water supply issue. Everything that comes before this council now as far as new projects, deferred until you get the certificate of occupancy. And that's scary. But I think we're trying our best as far as BWS to look into desalinization, etc., gray water. I'm just worried about where are we headed for, because I did ask the question at DTS. Are we going to be following the footsteps of our state administrators in regards to how do we address the replenishment of our highway fund, which is based upon the consumption of the fossil fuel? We talked about motor vehicle registration. I don't want to increase that. They're all screaming already. I asked the question, can we tie in with Mr. Mark Wong? When Calvin Say does a vehicle registration every year, how do you find out if these people like Calvin Say has his new, what's that, when you go to, not the service station, that motor certification for your new car or your new decal, where I see a lot of them are in the year 2020, 2021. What's that card, Chair Cordero? You know, not a card, the decal that they put on when you say you have your car is certified in proper safety. Safety check. Councilman Tova, why didn't you tell me that? You know, but I do pay my safety check. The question is, how do you try to correlate all of this? Because I feel today, which I worry also about the future generations, is that a lot of our general public, not all, but some, are flaunting our laws. I'm going to beat you. I'm not going to get my new motor vehicle, safety check. I got to get my registration, and that's based on weight. So in looking at this global thing, I also shared, and I did send a letter to the legislature about, nobody wants to challenge the state with HCDA. That sinkhole cost us $25 million, and Mr. Milley must be listening to this. I think we should get a reimbursement. We were not the developers. But if that's going to happen throughout the development in Kaka'ako, because it was a very, I wasn't marginal, but more like Taroloi patch, I just am concerned. So the reason why you brought it up about, hey, state, we are the engine of this state, Oahu County. And the way you are doing things today to the county, it seems like you're punishing us with all of these unfunded mandates. More and more responsibilities to HPD. Nobody questions it, okay, because HPD is law enforcement. I'm sorry if I'm just ranting and raving. It's just that it's been 3 days. I see what we're going through as a county. I see that you guys are doing a fantastic job, but what does it take to explain to the state legislature what we are going through also, all 4 counties? Nobody wants to raise property taxes. Nobody wants to increase the assessments except for real property tax. We don't want to raise the rates, and we haven't. So getting to my point, how can we sustain ourselves if there is a major natural disaster? We can go to FEMA, we can go to federal government, but that's the big brother that sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. And finally, I don't know, with our congressional delegation, managing director, why is it that the state is always the big brother that they siphon off money for the counties, or the counties got to ask them for the money? I'm just trying to bring these issues to a forefront because I need the discussion so that the people across the street understand. None of us here wants to raise property taxes or rates, but we are forced to, or to just maintain what the assessments may be. But I agree with everyone here that the assessments cannot go up, cannot go further up, because the residents of Oahu cannot afford it, Madam Chair. So in closing, I just wanted to share my manao with all of you because, yeah, it is very, very frustrating. Can we not get 12 million out of the 25 million for the Halikuwila Cook Street sinkhole? I don't know. But I just share this with the members and the audience about the concerns I have. But you folks are doing a good job, DFM. Don't get me wrong. The employees are doing a great job. And people know that, yeah, I supported what the assessments were. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have so many thoughts on that, but okay, thank you. Any other questions for DFM? Okay, Director Staff check. I was wondering, I actually asked DPR's Emily Perry last week about the trees that end up going into the cement or concrete cemented canals or streams. And so I was in some of our valleys and looking at how some of the streams, some of the shrubs have grown into the areas and have started to cover where I guess there's pipe openings that go into the Decainia, I don't know what it's called, canal or stream, I'm sorry, excuse me. And what happens, because I know that neighbors were telling me that it was a pretty big project that of course cost a lot of money to cover all the cracks in the certain concrete canal. And is there a plan to either mitigate it or work on certain trees or like check on the trees? Because I know there's already a backlog, not backlog, but like a long timeline for streams maintenance as well. But also to check the growth and shrubs, because the growth and shrubs that then break into the concrete and also into the piping are costing or causing issues as well. So I was wondering about that. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to turn it over to Tyler to see what his strategy is.
Okay, Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Road Maintenance. So we take care of the city line streams, and so we've been addressing a lot of the streams across Oahu, but we just got the permit for stream maintenance back in 2019 or so. And so we had to go and prioritize which streams were the worst. And so we're going around the island, taking on all of those areas which we haven't been maintaining for a while because of the permit issues. And so and the other thing that we have been doing more recently is the second permit that we just got last year for stream mouth opening. So that involved the Kailipulu stream, some of the Eva line channel, as well as other areas in Ulehava and Waianae. So we did all of those. And so we're going around, and one of the things you notice on the CIP budget, we have an additional excavator, we've been putting those to good use. And problem is that these aren't made to really be run near salt water, but unfortunately, a lot of our stream mouth openings require that work. So we've been using that quite a lot, like in Waimea Bay, so to prevent flooding there in the park area. So we are going around, and so we are working on updating our website as far as a maintenance schedule. And so we did put together our first set, and then I think we're updating the website system. So then we have to go and change out the website to the new system set by DIT. So you will be seeing updated stream maintenance schedules on there. And for those areas where there's grassy type areas, it may not be as much or smaller shrubs, but what we're trying to get is a larger tree areas. And so we are taking out a number of, I guess, invasive trees like albizzias in stream areas because of the branches that come down. So those are our first priority, but we'll get to all of the streams in due time. And one of the big things that is, I guess, going in our favor has been the green light for filling our vacancies. So we really appreciate the mayor's, initiative to fill vacancies. So we made quite a bit of progress in the last several months, and we hope to continue that through the coming year.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry I missed this earlier, but does this budget include another team, a stream team?
As part of the vacancies, it's not really a new one. It's just that we're filling the vacancies, which will enable us to put together more teams to work on streams.
Okay, so how many teams do we have now?
What's that?
How many teams do we have now?
Right now, we have one team in the Honolulu district, which assists island-wide, but we also have at all of our 7 rural districts, teams to assist. So when we go out, and at certain times, we've actually, like in the whole Maluhia Dam, we had an inspection coming up, and we had virtually our entire, all of our yards coming together as a team to perform that work. So
does that then move the whole Maluhia dam to, like, I guess, push back the other projects then? I mean, streams, sorry.
No, it was a fairly quick, because we had a very short notice of a inspection that the state had scheduled. And so it took a few days only, and then we were able to address that maintenance issue so that we passed the inspection. But we have been doing some of that, like in Makiki Stream on Saturdays. We brought in the Kailua yard to help out to perform stream cleaning for that area because of the overgrowth in the near Kalakaua Ave, where I guess there's also a homeless encampment which dumped a lot of debris into the stream. So we needed to clean that out as part of our pollution controls, yeah?
Okay, thank you. My next question, Director, is so there's a few pockets of DFM properties. One in particular, there's actually a few in every district, but one in particular is on a mountainside in Alalani in Moanalua Valley. And I was wondering if there's any plans for those properties, or like what's its use, and also what's the upkeep on those properties, because for the Alalani one specifically, they have a small sidewalk, and then a lot of the growth happens to grow over or through the fencing onto the street, sidewalk, and then onto the street.
Oh, it's a landslide kind of like easement to protect other people from it. So we should be maintaining that. So if you can report that to us, we can address it. But
Okay.
Yeah, that would be.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the Moanalua Valley Community Association that's actually meeting tonight, or like in an hour, said that there has been like rocks or some things that have fallen, shrubs that have fallen into nearby properties from the Alalani property.
Okay,
yeah, we'll let you know.
Thank you for that.
Oh, actually, we have a riser or something.
Okay.
But, okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Tupola.
Very quickly, yeah, can I just say thank you for cleaning Ulehava Stream? I'm sorry I didn't say that before, but thank you. Definitely want to try to bring out Congressional Representative Jill Tokuro out there because we really need to get a growing going or else you guys just going to spend infinite money trying to clean that stream.
Absolutely.
Are there positions or are you going to fill positions to help with the SPOs? Bill 3 relates to it. Augie's resolution relates to it. What do you need in that realm? Because we definitely need you guys.
No, that's good. So if we can pass the budget that we have submitted, it actually would address us needing to increase our SPO force for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure you have what you need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Director Shaftrek. Thank you.
Thank you
And to
guys
your
so much
team,
for your
everybody.
support. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, oops. Okay, with that, I know our DDC guys are outside, but can they hear me? Please come in, DDC. Deputy Director Gallagher. Come in. Okay, well, next up, after, members, how are we doing? Do we need a little 10-minute or 5-minute stretch break? 10-minute stretch break? Snack, 15 minutes? Okay, you know, you feel free to like stand up and go down and everything like that. Okay, all right. Yeah. I will need to appoint, may I appoint Councilmember Okimoto and, yeah, Councilmember Okimoto to the Committee on Budget. Thank you. Oh, hi, Director Millis. Okay. All right. Up next, we have the Department of Design and Construction. Okay, now I do. Yeah, I already. Okay, Department of Design and Construction. And if you wish to view the presentation online, it is Departmental Communication 174-2023. Departmental Communication 174-2023. And we would like to welcome with us our DDC Director, and I see the Deputy Director too.
Hello. Sorry. Good evening. Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair Waters, and council members. I'm Haku Millis. I'm the Director for Department of Design and Construction. Very happy to be here and grateful to be presenting the budget for fiscal year 2024. With me today is my Deputy Director, Brian Gallagher, our Chief of Civil Division, Stan Katsura, the Chief of our Facilities Division, Clifford Lau, the Chief of our Mechanical Electrical Division, Alan Lee, our ASO, Keala O'Sullivan, and Admin Specialist, Amber Eckhart. So I'll present the presentation hopefully quickly and then have plenty of time for questions. If I'm not able to answer them, hopefully my team will be able to. Jumping right in, our organizational chart. Here we go. Administration and Program Coordination Branch, providing the necessary support and coordination. And down below, Mechanical Electrical Division, Civil Division, and Facilities Division are responsible for executing essentially all of the CIP projects that come out of DDC. They make up our project and construction management arm. Land Division provides support in the form of surveying, acquisitions, title search, easements, particularly as they are related to CIP projects for the city. They also support CORE on some of the legal aspects as well. Here's our breakdown. Total DDC budget of 25.2, just over 25.2 million, which is less than 1% of the city's total operating budget of 3.41 billion. Source of funding. Majority of our funding comes from general funds, about 60%, 65%. That supports all of our divisions. Highway funds makes up 30%. They support civil, mechanical, electrical, and land division. Federal funds at $1 million. That is specifically for our bridge inspection program. And then sewer funds just under $116,000 for 2 positions in survey. In summary, administration makes up about 6%. Project and construction management, with majority of our employees, makes up 80%, and land services at 14%. So character of expenditures by category. Salaries makes up 60%, and current expenses is just under $10 million, the other 40%. That's typical for DDC, about a 60-40 split. And once again, our total at just over $25.2 million. So looking back at fiscal year 23, we do show an increase of about $3.2 million, and that's because this is basically funding all of our positions. And then we are also proposing an additional position of a PIO, which I've discussed with many of you already, in order to increase our communication capabilities, not only with the public, but also with council. And then there's also a collective bargaining increase in there as well. So that makes up 27.5% increase. In current expenses, decreased by about $1 million. And that is because the land management responsibilities that kind of resided with DDC before has been transferred to DLM. And you guys discussed with DLM today. So the leases that were paid by DDC in the past are now the responsibility of DLM. So that was a 9% decrease, and overall increase of $2.3 million, or a 10% increase. In regards to Budget Chair Cordero, your question on the, how much gets swept or was not transferred to the PVP. For DDC, the total is $3.4 million. So looking at vacancies, as of February 1st, we had 53 vacancies. We have since hired 3. And so we typically are able to hire about 3 a month. And so looking down at the 12 to be filled before the fiscal year starts in July, we're confident that we can make those 12 hires. And then the remaining 41, or actually 38, for the rest of the fiscal year. So our current total positions for fiscal year 24 is now 197. And a side note, so those vacancies, one thing to make note of, right now, as I said, at 50, 24 of those positions are specifically for professionals or require some kind of licensing or accreditation for us to hire. So we do have vacancies in clerical positions, and engineering tech positions, drafting, those kinds of things. But they're essentially half of those require some kind of professional licensing. And that's why it's been very difficult. One of the other things to note is that we were in a hiring freeze just over a year ago, and we started to hire. So we're still kind of catching up on those. And we're working very hard with Department of Human Resources and other engineering departments in order to get those professionals into the city. So the significant changes from the previous years also is 4.8, the first item, 4.8 million for the citywide energy service performance contract. And so this is specific to strategy 6 of the city's climate action plan. So many of you are already familiar with this. For those who aren't, you can go to resilientoahu.org. And strategy 6 talks about maximizing energy efficiency and the use of renewable energy for city assets and city properties, essentially. And this responsibility lies with DDC because in the charter, DDC is responsible for managing and developing long-term plans and projects specifically for that, renewable energy and reducing energy overall. So this project started a few years ago. We're now in phase 2A, and I think it's now having audited around 80 facilities in order to see what we can do right, to reduce our overall utility usage. So this is different from the parks project. So they have a very similar project that they're working on with Noresco to do this with their facilities. So our project excluded all the parks facilities in our contract with JCI, or Johnson Controls. So next, moving into our capital improvement program, we do have some major equipment proposed in the budget. 3 vehicles. The first one for land division, this is for our survey crew. This is replacing a SUV that's currently 13 years old. The facilities division, also for an SUV, that one is 18 years old. And then our civil division for soils testing lab. And so these are our guys who go out and they have to do core sampling for our paving to make sure that our construction contractors are in compliance with the specs. So they need to go out, and that vehicle is also 18 years old. So our last kind of summary here is our CIP budget workload. So as you guys know, DDC is basically a service department. We support our client agencies with the work that they need completed. This is the CIP budget workload. The total at the top, $210.6 million, with the projects listed here. Some of the highlights, we'll just go through them, but I wanted you guys to be able to see the specific projects that we have coming up. So Civic Center parking, right, that one's a big one at 15.7. Electrification of transportation infrastructure. Right, we support HPD, HFD, HESD. DFM, right, they house the rehabilitation of streets at $35 million, all the road repaving that we do. The next one is Parks and Enterprise Services. So Parks looks like they have a huge budget, right? Or not huge, but a significant budget, $55 million. But majority of that, as you guys have talked about already today, is in the preservation and conservation lands line item. So really closer to 27 for Parks. So this concludes the presentation that we have, and I'm happy to take any questions that you guys might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Members, any questions for design and construction? Okay, one moment. Okay. Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Tupola, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
So, Director, this is a question that you don't have to respond, but I just wanted to, I shared that with you already in regards to what happened with Halikawila. Of the 25 million, how many projects are being deferred? It's not in the operating budget from last year. I know that. So all as far as this type of emergency of 25 million, does it come from the operating budget and we defer projects that are in it? Please be honest, because that way the members of the council know it's not your fault that we had to defer projects.
Right, no, absolutely. So you're asking specifically about the funding that went into the sinkhole. So when we have an emergency project come up, that money needs to come from somewhere. And so that one came from the bulk fund of rehab of streets. And so there were projects that were anticipated. And we work closely with the client agency, and in this case, DFM, and they understand that priority changes, right? And so now we need to fix the sinkhole, we need to fix the road in terms of public safety.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Tupola, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Aloha, Director. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I just had a few questions. One was in regard to the citywide energy service performance contract. Thank you for bringing it up, because we brought it up to all the departments, not knowing really that you're actually kind of over all of that. I remember in 2021, we were given like a full-blown presentation from Johnson Controls as far as like every single light bulb that was changed in every single building and how we were able to bring down the costs. I'm guessing that Strategy 6 has more to do with other energy savings besides just the change in lighting. Is this to get solar on top? Okay, so excluding the parks, which we actually had brought up to the parks that they might want to think about doing it, because granted, they were talking about energy savings with like the pool and the pumps, like they do have a lot of land and they have a lot of parking lots. So we had kind of suggested to them that they look into that. So if you guys don't go in the realm of where the Norisco contract is and add like any thought into the parks having PV, or what do you think?
Yeah, so unfortunately, that was a just separate contract from the start. And so they were completely excluded and were going to go their own route. So DDC is not involved with the Parks Noresco contract.
No, understood. My question was in realm of this contract that you have the ESPC with Johnson's, is there a possibility of deciding if maybe there is a potential to put PV over certain parks parking lots in order to bring down costs?
So yeah, so the parks properties and facilities were excluded from this contract.
Because of going with Norisco?
Yeah, so they essentially, Noresco is responsible, as I understand, for doing the same thing that Johnson Controls is doing for the DDC contract, as I understand.
I see. So you're saying that they could expand within their own contract and do those things, but you're not going to get your contract to overlap anywhere on their properties.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're able to, extend or have Noresco add to their contract, if that's possible or not. But we wouldn't be able to have JCI overlap on the work that is being done by Noresco.
Would you be in favor of, if you guys do have any details, of presenting to us maybe in like infrastructure committee or something on what this next strategy looks like? Because I know they've had some time to now implement all the changeover of LED lights. We'd like to know what the next phase looks like.
No, absolutely. So I have here Alan Lee, who has administered the contract with JCI. Very knowledgeable, as he can answer the questions probably a lot better than I can. And I know I speak for him when he'd be willing to give another presentation and give an update. So these projects are very closely tracked, and the website for this, I have it written down here.
It's Johnson Controls put up the website, right? I think I've looked at it.
Correct. So that's sustainablehonolulu.com.
And is Board of Water Supply in that contract, or are they on their own?
They are on their own.
Yeah, I think he had made mention he has to kind of figure it out. So my next question was in regards to your vacancies. You have 53. What is the total amount of positions you have in your department?
Our total positions right now is for fiscal year 23 is 196. And so with the addition of the PIO position that we're proposing, it would bring us to 197.
Got it. Yeah, I'm in favor of you guys having a PIO for communication purposes, especially with us. That would be great. I didn't see in here, well, actually there's one that says fire station building and improvements for CIP. We've been waiting for a while, and we actually had to cancel a contract with a church in Waianae because we were going to have the fire station use the church while we were renovating the fire station, but then it never got out of either DPP or DDC. So is 1998021 multiple fire stations?
Yeah, so that's the bulk fund, I believe, but let me grab my CIP binder. Yeah, so this is a bulk fund to support the fire station improvements. And so there is a list of the projects being proposed. There's 12 of them, actually.
What page are you on?
This is page 18.
Inside the big binder of CIP?
Yes.
Got it. Wait, what? Okay, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Wait, on your slide or somewhere else? No, in the binder.
Right, this is the binder.
The CIP binder or the admin binder?
This is our CIP. Yeah, this is in the CIP binder.
Okay. Maybe my page 18 is not same as yours, but what are the 5 and is Waianae included?
So I can just read these off real quick if you like. Fire station sewer improvements, Waimanalo. Fire station emergency vehicle caution system, Kalikai. Apparatus room roof improvements, Aikahi Fire Station. Festoon charging system improvements for Kapolei, Mililani Mauka, Waihiwa, Waikele Fire Stations. Emergency generator replacement, Hawaii Kai. Driveway apron reconstruction, Nu'uanu and Palolo Fire Stations. Asbestos abatement at various. Underground storage tank to above ground storage tank, Kahuku. Energy generator replacement, Waianae. Energy generator replacement, Kalu. Training tower improvements, Charles H. Thurston Fire Training Facility, or Center. And unanticipated mechanical, electrical, plumbing improvements. So that's kind of like a general, if some things come up, they need to be replaced.
Yeah, so it's probably not in there. Okay, we'll follow up with your department on that because we did meet with HFD and everyone was kind of wondering, which they said it's not actually in their hands, why we haven't moved forward with it, but that it's somewhere stuck in the pipeline. So we'll follow up with an email. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Director Millis. This is just my first question, just to kind of answer my curiosity. You mentioned the procurement of major equipment for fiscal year 24, and you had 3 vehicles, and you had one for 13, 18, and 18 years old. So I was wondering, because these seem a little high, are these, and the reason I asked is because, I mean, I have a vehicle that's almost 11 years old, and I'm planning on keeping it as long as it survives. But how do you decide which vehicles you're going to get rid of and then replace? Is it by mileage? Is it maintenance? Is it, because 13 years doesn't seem very old to me. Is it because these vehicles are used extensively? And are these like commercial vehicles, or is this like, you said SUV, is this something that you can just go to the dealer and get kind of vehicles? Because again, this seems individually to pay for that much for each individual vehicle seems a little high to me.
Yeah, so these are the determined costs, and I can get you details on that later if you like. But these vehicles are used regularly, so they're used and kind of beat up a lot more than our personal vehicles would be used. Majority of our vehicles, you know, they typically need to be replaced before they are replaced, right? They're in service constantly, and we have certain vehicles that our employees refuse to take out because they're worried it's going to break down on the road, right? And so we ask for what we think is reasonable in the budget, but you know, ideally, our vehicles would be replaced a lot sooner than they are.
And how many do you have in your fleet of vehicles? So there's 3 this year.
Okay.
Is it this?
Sorry about that.
How many vehicles are in your fleet of vehicles total?
So we have 30 vehicles under DDC. So last year we got a replacement of 6 vehicles, and in the 5 years prior, we replaced 8 vehicles total.
Okay, so you're averaging about the 3 less than 3, I guess, if it was.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next question, and I'm going to try and preface it because I know we've been working on a project for my district specifically, but I wanted to understand how projects are managed, and this is, I guess, it's a CIP project with regards to dealing with the contractors, because I know that for specifically my district, and I'm guessing I'm not the only one, and you kind of came into the situation that was created before you got there, that there's delays, and we know that some of the delays are with permits, but some of them have been with working with contractors and scheduling, and so I just want to be able to understand where the department is right now in dealing and managing these projects that our communities are waiting for patiently, and what can I take back to the communities based on what your department is doing. And also, how do these delays impact the cost of the projects at the end?
So typically, delays that come up that are created by the contractor, if they extend past the contract end date that they're committed to and agreed to, then we can initiate liquidated damages in which they need to pay back the city. Typically, they are given more than enough time to complete the project in the allotted time. And so, you know, as we work with the contractors under construction, a lot of times we deal with unforeseen conditions, and particularly, some of these pools, for example, have been aging, and when we start a project, we don't necessarily know that we're going to discover 2 other issues that need to be corrected, right? And so there isn't money budgeted, funded to support those additional projects. And unfortunately, that means that that facility needs to be out longer than we had intended originally. One of the things that we're trying to do and get creative with parks is allotting a specific downtime that the contractor is committing to in the contract up front, rather than just saying, we'll give you a year to complete the work, right? We understand the frustration when a contractor goes out and you see some work and then you don't see some work, right? And it's difficult for us to kind of explain how construction works. And contractors aren't only working on one project, right? And sometimes they have to wait for sub-consultants to come on and get their work done. And so there's a lot more coordination in active construction projects than most people realize. And we're happy to kind of explain all of this, but it usually we're explaining it after there's already been a significant delay, right? And so we're trying to, as I said, get creative with parks so that we can focus on, contractor, you're being given this amount of downtime for the facility. We are having you commit to this in the contract. And so that way, when something comes up, we can notify the community that, hey, this is the contractor's fault. They're going to be charged for this, as opposed to, they're doing the best they can. And technically, they're still within the stipulations of the contract.
So thank you for explaining that. And as you were talking, I thought, how have the contractors reacted to this? Is this something that they're okay? I mean, I'm hoping that they're okay with doing it, but I know that things come up and you find circumstances that you didn't plan on. But how are they responding to this, not stipulation, but we're asking them now to not do this, where if we give you 6 months and we see you in the first month and not till the 6th month kind of thing?
Yeah, so in the end, if this is something else that we're asking of the contractors, it's going to cost the city more money to get it done, right? If they're expediting, say, because we need to meet some kind of schedule or event that's happening, then their guys are working overtime or whatever the situations are. So it really comes down to our client department, in this case, parks. If that's the priority, then they want to commit a little bit more money to it, then they can focus on expediting and getting the work done within that window, right?
But so what you're saying is that an agreement, we put it out, we get the bid, we agree to a certain budget. So you're saying that if it's not within that, we most likely are looking at increasing the cost for most of these projects because of unforeseen circumstances?
So when we put out construction projects, they will go to the lowest bidder. So the schedule and all the requirements of downtime in the facility needs to be in there so that they're all bidding on the same thing. And if that means, the city can only allow this facility to be down for a week, you guys need to work 24/7 to get this done, right? Then all of the bidders are going to be providing a number based on those conditions, right? And so it depends on the contractor, really, right? If they're doing everything in-house, they don't have any subs, then maybe they don't need to coordinate and worry about the downtime, and they can provide a lot cheaper price than somebody who has to get 3 or 4 different subs.
Mm-hmm. And the permitting process, how much of an impact does that cause the scheduling and the management of these projects?
It really depends on the permit. It can add a significant amount of time, and we work very closely with our permitting agencies to try to expedite the best that we can. But it's very difficult. There's a lot of work going on, and there's a lot of permits that need to be reviewed and approved.
Okay, just last thing I wanted to ask, I think you shared something just a second ago, because what I want to hear, what I'm trying to process in my mind is, okay, what are we doing moving forward? What kinds of steps are we going to take so that we can help get these projects started and finished on time, that we're not delaying the community and that we're not overtaxing our taxpayers financially? So you mentioned what you guys are trying to do right now with working with the contractors and pushing forth, giving them that timeline. What else is there that can be done so that we can help the process Or what else are you guys trying to do?
Yeah, so I mean, it really comes down to our client departments and what they want to ask of us and the contractors working on these projects, right? So if we need a road paved, or like we have emergency project come up, right? What is the priority in terms of getting it done as quickly as possible because of the safety issues surrounding a closed intersection and a sinkhole, right? So how much are we going to pay? It's really a matter of our client department, right? They are the ones in control of the money. We administer and oversee as necessary. And if that means, our inspectors need to work overtime and those kinds of things, we provide that support. But, we do the best we can. We have, not to use this as an excuse, we have vacancies that we're working to fill. And I think as we are able to fill these vacancies, we'll be able to provide a little bit better oversight on some of these contracts.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take the liberty of plugging in my project because I really, how much I want to do this. And I really, honestly, Director, when it's coming time to fill the pool, please call me because I want to be there to fill the Pearl City pool that my constituents have been waiting for like 6 years to have. Thank you, Director.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for design and construction? Nope. Council Chair Waters.
Thank you. Just want to follow up on what Councilmember Tupola was talking about. And if you don't know anything about the Noresco contract, that's fine. But it just wasn't clear to me what Parks had in mind. Councilmember Tolba brought up the point that perhaps we should be covering our parking lots with solar panels, kind of like what the community colleges are doing. And then using that savings to put back into the parks. But what exactly do we have Johnson Controls doing?
So Johnson Controls, as I kind of started getting into, right, they first went through and audited the facilities that we have, right? Where are the opportunities to save money in our utility costs? And so they went through and, switched out light bulbs, switched out, toilet fixtures, put PV on our facilities. And so we're generating a savings across our utility costs for the year, right? And so that's what we're paying back in the 4.8. They continue to look for opportunities for us, and that's why, it started obviously phase 1 and we're now in phase 2A. So my hope is that, eventually I'll come back next year and we'll need more money because we're saving even more on our facility utility usage. In regards to parks, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with their contract, the way that it's set up or what is included in their scope. I imagine it's similar, but I don't know if, we weren't involved with that procurement.
Just out of curiosity, why were they able to do that separately from DDC?
I think they proposed it, and I think they worked closely with CCSR. And so, I can't speak to the decisions that were made.
Okay, fair enough. And that's what I started off with, but you may or may not be able to speak to it. Are we looking at covering any of our parking lots with solar panels similar to what the community colleges are doing?
Yeah, so right now, let me pull out some stats here. So we currently have, in terms of PV, we have activated 32 systems under this JCI contract. We have another 35 sites that are either in planning and design and preparation. And these are typically more significant sites like the Blaisdell Center, JTMC, right, LOI. And so Kapolei Hale, Kapolei Police Station. And so we continue to work on this, and on the website, it shows the facilities that they're working on, as well as the facilities that have been completed. And so you can kind of track those and see, okay, this one turned green, that means they finished the work on this one, or the kind of the schedule for these. I'm not sure what kind of schedule these are on, but they're definitely being worked on right now.
Okay. On pages 12 through 15 in your slide deck, you point out the CIP budget workload. And these are projects that are proposed, meaning not yet funded, and that's what you're requesting funding for?
Correct. So we're not actually requesting the funding for this. We are working on these on behalf of our client departments.
I see. May I ask a few questions about specific projects, just to maybe get an update? For example, on page 14, Waikiki improvements, $3.5 million. What does that entail? I guess I'm asking because it's very broad. I know it's under highways, streets, and roadways. Is that a repaving project?
So this is to be used for Waikiki sidewalk improvements.
Okay, sidewalks. On what street, do you know?
So that hasn't been determined yet. The description is reconstruction of sidewalks, driveways, and landscapes along Kalakaua, such as Kalakaua Avenue.
Okay. Dealing with highways, streets, and roadways, the other day I was driving along Kapiolani Boulevard at the intersection of Kapiolani and Ward, and one of our light posts fell down. Would that come under your department to fix that?
So those systems are run by DTS, and that's why they were able to get out there and get it done so quickly. I think if they brought that to us, we would try to provide any kind of support that we could. But those improvements to intersections lie with DTS.
And then in Councilmember Say's district, you got the sinkhole in Kaka'ako. In your professional opinion, what caused that sinkhole?
So I was following, and Councilmember Say mentioned that an engineer told him it was caused by a broken sewer line. Based on what we have found, the gaps in the joints, the water flowing in and out, creating the voids beneath the street, the evidence going all the way up towards Kapiolani, that was the cause. When we did excavate in order to rebuild where the sinkhole was, we did find that there was a broken sewer line. But there is no evidence to support or would lead us to believe that that broken sewer line created the sinkhole.
I see. The broken sewer line in and of itself, but perhaps the sewage seeping out of the sewer line, could that have seeped through the joints? Or is it water coming up from the ocean?
Right, so for us, it was the water coming up from the ocean into the culvert, right, spraying out in and out through the gaps in the joints of the culvert itself.
I see, and typically would that be during the king tides, causing the water to come up Mauka?
So unfortunately, it's not only during king tides. It's pretty regular in this area.
Okay, and perhaps we should be talking to Corporation Council on whether or not, when we accepted this street from HCDA, whether or not they should be helping pay for the repairs. Because ultimately, it's taking money out of your budget, or is it coming out of your budget?
So this was a project funded by DFM out of their Rehab of Streets bulk fund.
DFM, that's right. And then last question, it shows here on page 15, Waikiki War Memorial, 500,000. Is, last year we took it out and people came and convinced us to put it back in. Am I to assume that since it's still here, this is the same 500,000, it's not a new 500,000?
Well, so this 500,000 would bring us to 90% of the design completion. So there was funds that we are using right now that I think we're working up to like 65% design. And so this 500 would just continue the design.
Are we actually expending any of this 500,000 in the design? Because I know this was probably dating back 3 years under the previous administration. We were presented with 3 different possibilities. One was redoing the whole thing. The second was creating a floating platform. And the third was getting rid of the pool and creating a beach there. So can you give us any update on what the plan is for the Waikiki War Memorial?
Yeah, so the floating deck option that was in the EIS is what we were proceeding with. That was the decided option. And so that's what the design that we had been working on is moving towards.
Okay, and was that whose decision was that to go with the floating deck?
I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay, and then Blaisdell redevelopment, $4 million. I know the previous administration wanted to knock down the entire Blaisdell arena. And I'm just curious what this administration's plans are with regard to the arena.
So you're talking about the Blaisdell Center redevelopment line item?
Correct.
Yeah, so specifically, this is for the arena east and west vault upgrades and the concert hall, front of house, toilet room, and lobby renovations. These are currently in design, or the arena east and west vault is currently in design itself. But yeah, so this administration is committed to these upgrades, and I know Jerry with the DES had talked to you guys about some of the planned upgrades that are necessary. So we're happy to be supporting them in this.
I see. Okay, and you've told us that before, that you support the various departments, so I really should be talking to DES on this one. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Vice Chair Kia-Aina.
No questions. Just thank you because you're working on a lot of projects in my district, including the Kailua boat ramp. And it's very complex because it needs to be brought up to ADA standards. And I appreciate the DPR director working in concert with you to make sure that as many, that you get as much input from the stakeholders who use that boat ramp. And so that's all. I just wanted to say thank you for working with me on the various issues in my district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Oh. Thank you, and I echo that that tone of gratitude to your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yep.
Oh, just kidding.
Madam Chair, may I follow up with your comments to say thank you on behalf of District 5?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Director Millis and Deputy Director Gallagher.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Next up, we have Department of Human Resources. Bye, Alan. Bye, Brian. Bye, Alan. Tell him bye. Okay, yeah, he waved bye already. Oh.
Someone really tall was talking before me.
Hi, Director Miyazaki. Thank you very much. And for those who wish to view the Department of Human Resources Communications, Departmental Communications 154-2023. Okay?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair Waters, Council Vice Chair Kiana, members of the committee and council. I'm Nola Miyazaki, Director of the Department of Human Resources. Thank you for this opportunity to present the fiscal year 24 budget for the Department of Human Resources. I'd like to introduce the key members of the DHR team who are with me today. Assistant Director Bugs Baguio, Division Chief for Employment and Personnel Services Jennifer Wu, Division Chief for Classification and Pay Denise Miyahara, Division Chief for Labor Relations and Training Lisa Lau, Division Chief for Industrial Safety and Workers' Compensation Jerry Nichols, Branch Chief for the Enterprise Services Planning Office Renee Cho, and our ASO Leanne Kaneko, who is running our slide deck today. Thank you, Leanne, for all your help on this. So the Department of Human Resources is charged with managing the city's personnel administration based on merit principles and generally accepted methods of classification and employment. Included in that mandate is the management of the conduct, movement, and separation of all public officials and employees. The department's objectives are to attract, hire, and retain the best qualified civil service employees to provide the most competent and impartial service to the public that is possible, and to provide our employees with opportunities for training and promotion so they may have productive and rewarding careers within the city. So the fiscal year 24 operating budget, DHR operates 100% on general funds. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 24 is $7,730,115, reflecting a 12.7% overall increase from fiscal year 23. We are requesting an increase of 14.3% in the salary line item in the amount of $892,583. For current expenses, we are projecting a decrease of 3.8% in the amount of $23,441. The department's operating budget is primarily comprised of salaries, which make up 90% of our total budget. For the remaining 8%, the largest operating expenses for DHR include examinations, recruitment and training expenses, and projected expense for arbitrations. So the salary increases for fiscal year 24 are primarily due to the increase for collective bargaining agreements and a request for 6 new civil service positions, 2 of which were previously in our budget as contracts. So for those 2 positions, there's no budget impact. Decrease in current expenses is due to the fact that there are no large-scale examinations planned for fiscal year 24. Examples of large exams that we did in the current fiscal year include the firefighter recruit exam for several thousand people, HPD promotions recently for 500, and an EMT recruit exam. As of February 1, we have 9 vacancies. 8 of the vacancies will be filled by July 1, 2023. 1 vacancy is planned to be filled in fiscal year 24, and no vacant positions may be abolished. Human resource vacancies. A year ago, we had 11 vacancies. We've actually filled 12 vacancies with new outside employees. We've had a number of promotions and transfers, and we've also lost a number of employees to retirements and separations. So the net result is that we currently have 9 vacancies with a net gain of 2 new employees. Mahalo, and thank you. We're open to questions from the council.
Thank you very much, Director. Members, do we have any questions for Department of Human Resources? Okay, Councilmember Kia Aina.
Just comments. Thank you so much. So last year you had 2 employees, and then you guys are making progress with regard to filling 8 by July 1st, and then the last remaining one, right? That's job well
We're crossing our
done.
fingers.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's terrific. So thank you for helping to be a leader for the other agencies. And also thank you for helping the other agencies as they are all evaluating a lot of old job qualifications and dealing with their own HR. So just a job well done for looking after the interests of the city.
Thank you, Council Member.
Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Director, and to your whole team for being here. Really appreciate it. So actually, your vacancy rate, so if you only have 9 vacancies, that's a pretty low. Is that the lowest in the city? Or
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of percentage, we're only 80 employees, so
Okay.
it's, about 11% or so. So we're relatively small department at 80. So it's hard. The number is small, but the percentage is probably comparable to some of the bigger departments.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, that makes sense. I'm curious, because each department has an ASO, is that correct?
Each department either has an ASO or an administrative specialist or an executive assistant. So there are different levels, but the bigger departments have higher levels of ASOs, 2s. There's 1, 2, 3, and then there's EAs, and then there are ad specialists 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So they all have different kinds of staffing structures depending on the department.
Okay, and then sounds like your staff is divided topically or by subject matter.
Correct.
Okay. So how is the interface with the ASOs or the relevant staff? Are they working with each division or branch based on what issue comes up? Is that how it works?
Correct. So they are the primary point of contact for DHR, for my division chief and their staff. And so in the area of recruitment and exams, if they have questions, either they or sometimes the personnel clerk, depending on the area, in recruitment and exams, I believe that a lot of the personnel clerks and the ASOs will interface with the staff because a lot of the personnel clerks are using the NeoGov platform.
Okay.
So, and then with labor relations and training, it may be more of the ASO because a lot of it's more complaints and grievances and that kind of thing.
Okay, so I'm wondering if maybe just high level view you could give us or give me kind of the pathway or the role DHR can play in moving us towards filling a lot of the vacancies that we have. I mean, of course, we need folks to apply, so that's number one, right? But then I know that there's back and forth with departments or other departments in your department, and so I'm trying to understand the complexity and nuance. Like,
Sure.
Well, what are you working on that end to help them?
Well, I look forward to meeting with you after this meeting so we can explain in more detail. But basically, over the summer when we had the study and analysis by our Harvard Bloomberg fellow, he kind of broke it down for everyone into 3 stages. So the first stage of hiring is the departments have to submit an approval to fill. It's a BF 129. It comes up on the e-form, and it goes to budget. So the primary approver of the BF 129 function is budget, and their fiscal section makes sure that the department has enough funding to cover the vacancy. And our classification and pay staff gets involved on the back end, but really just to review and close and for the purposes of understanding that position is going to be filled. So then once the department has the approval to fill from budget, then they will submit a NeoGov requisition, which is basically the code word for request to fill. So that is the recruitment part that comes to our recruitment and exams team, and they submit it on NeoGov. And from there, the whole process of recruitment for DHR is on our NeoGov platform. And we'll receive the requisition, they'll process it, put the job posting up. And so sometimes there's a back and forth with the department on the job description, whether the requisition is complete or missing documents, because documents usually have to be submitted with the requisition. And once it gets posted for 1, 3, 5, or 10 days, then that the posting is taken down. It goes to our examinations team for screening, and that usually takes, now it's shorter. If depending on how many applications there are, it could take a couple days to up to 2 weeks, but we're trying to get those turned around within 2 weeks so that the departments get referred a list. They get a list of all the candidates that have passed the screening, and that's when they can start their stage 3, which is the interview, contacting the applicants, and the selection. So that's kind of at a high level how it works.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I'm wondering also like who's kind of lead in facilitating the conversation between, say it goes from a department through BFS, through fiscal, to DHR, back and forth. Who's kind of the one that's the catch-all for that whole process?
Well, for stage 1, it really is a budget-driven process,
Okay.
and the department, the ASOs, and the directors usually can see where the form is. They can see who has it and where it's going and all of that. So that part is kind of managed and under the auspices of the budget and finance group. The second part of it, the NeoGov part, is really driven by HR. So we are the kind of making sure everything is correct and all the forms are correct. We're screening the applications, and if we have questions, we will go back to the departments and to their staff.
Okay, is there a particular stage in that process that you hear or know of most of the challenges or setbacks occurring?
Well, we did kind of a mid-year assessment at the end of January, and we have actually made some really great progress on creating efficiency. So at the beginning of the summer, or the end of the summer in August, the assessment was that we were taking about 6 months from the time that the BF 129 is filed until the time that an offer is made. So that was too long. And we also were able to see how long each stage was taking. So although this is not really the end game, it's kind of like the near-term goal. We have committed to the mayor, all the departments and HR and budget, we committed to cutting that timeline in half to 6 months. So every piece of the stage was supposed to go down to half, to 50%. I think on a month-to-month basis, we've hit that goal for the first stage and the second stage. It's a trailing average, so if you aggregate the early months when we were still high, but it's come down. So the last month or two, January, February, between budget and HR, we've been able to hit our goal pretty close, pretty much. Where we still need a little bit more work is the department's timeline where they're interviewing and selecting. So that is still, it was originally 70 days, and it was supposed to get down to 35 days, and I think we're still fairly high. So we're working on a couple different strategies to help them.
Okay, I appreciate that. That makes me really hopeful. We talked to DPP, and they show us their numbers coming down, their days coming down. You're saying our wait times are coming down, and so maybe we are on the right path. So I'm looking forward. Appreciate all your work. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Tolba, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Director. Coming off of Chair Wyer's question, so what kind of applicants are we seeing at these vacant? What kind of applicants are we looking at, and that's applying for some of these vacancies?
Well, it depends on the kind of position that we have open, but we, it really varies. And I have to say that our applications, even though we're generating a lot of applications, they're still down. I mean, I think we're looking at a really tough job market right now. So the positions, what we realized early on is that we're doing pretty good at being more efficient. It's hard to actually fill the jobs with the right people.
Sure. Yeah, no, everybody at one time wanted to work for the city and county, including myself. Because you hear stories of guys applying, and you're saying, was 6 months, or now we down to 3? Or it's 3 months, they apply, and then it takes 3 months to the process, and then another 3 months for interview and all that stuff. So 6 months, you saying?
Well, this 6 months is a little bit, the 3 month goal is a little bit deceiving because more than half of it is really internal. So the applicants don't really see that. So the most important part is when we take down the job posting, that's when the applicants start, they've engaged with us and they've applied. Our goal is to get that turned around so that within 2 weeks or less, we have contact with them and they're either on the list or they're not on the list.
Right.
Then, we are asking the departments to contact these applicants within 3 days and to interview within, a short time thereafter. So we're trying to really condense that part where the public is engaging with us to a very short period so we can be more competitive with the private sector.
Well, I know get stories of people that come in, they apply, they're hopeful, but then they get called by the military, private, and we lose them. We lose good people that could probably do amazing job in the city. And, everywhere you look, hiring now. And I hope people are going back to work. If you're watching, get back to work. We need you to work. So I was just curious. Okay. So is there a possibility of maybe moving it quicker?
We're working on it. I mean, we're where we are now, but we, expect our goal is to get faster and to create more efficiencies in the process, and also do some really, we've made a lot of progress on the efficiency. We can probably get it down another 20%, but to really make more changes, we have to do some fundamental changes like deploy our NeoGov, more technology, more innovation, some more fundamental things that will change the way we do our process.
Right.
So we're going to
need
work
funding
on that.
for tools, anything that we need to help you. I mean, we heard a DIT guy who said that, we need a lot of things to make things go faster. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Tupola.
Aloha, Director. I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear all of the shortened turnaround times. Super good. My question was in regards to numerous conversations we had thus far with departments in regard to salaries. So I've also spoken with HGEA about this, and the two things that they were worried about was, of course, the pay, and then secondly was how much they're required to contribute. And because at the end of the day, what you see coming home on your paycheck, no matter if you get that in a pension or not, that's just all you have to survive. So even like the starting salary for police officers with the amount that they have to contribute towards their retirement, it's around $1,400 every paycheck. So, and again, on paper, it looks like you're making a lot more, but the contribution amount is super high. So could you answer my question in the regards to those two things separately? Do you have any power over that? Does every department decide for themselves and then send you ideas on how to up their pay? How does that go?
Well, thank you for that question. Those questions, I think that goes to the heart of the challenges that we're having in hiring. So on the pay side, we know that we're in many of the positions, in most of the positions, we're not competitive with the federal government or often the private sector. But we have done everything we could think of. We're still working on a couple things, but we've delegated what we call the RAM-HAM to departments for BU 3, 4, and 13. We've already delegated for the shortage categories like engineers and different hard-to-fill classes. So what that means is that they don't have to bring people in at the entry level. So you used to have to bring people on at the very entry level if they're coming from the outside or from the UH. Now, if there's someone with a lot of experience and they can qualify to be hired at the higher than entry level, mid-level, that's already delegated to the department. They don't have to come with special permission for us. So that expedites that process and it allows them to advertise at the range. And that is going to make us, should make us competitive with the state. That's how the state of Hawaii does it. And it will also help us hire people with experience. We don't have to bring them in at the lowest level. So, but in terms of raising the classes of pay across the board, we are limited by the classes that we jointly hold with the other jurisdictions that are statewide, and also by the collective bargaining agreements. So to the extent that we can get all the jurisdictions together and agree on perhaps repricing and having that conversation with the unions, that's what it would probably take. But then it will impact, one class movement will impact the others, because we do have the equal pay for equal work. We operate in a structure that's where all the classes are priced in relation to each other. So when you move certain classes, it may require movement of other classes. And I know that we do want to be competitive, but also we I don't run the budget, but I know we have a couple $100 million impact from the collective bargaining agreements over the next couple of years. So there's a lot of considerations. I mean, we do realize that at some levels we aren't competitive. And so we have taken what we can do on our own to be flexible and to allow the departments to hire up. There's our recruitment incentives that we've discussed with the engineering departments, and different kinds of things that are sort of outside the normal that we can take, those steps we can take. I think on the benefits, I think that's another challenge that we've had over the last 20 years. The benefits for the city have been eroded tremendously. And so now while you have a 10-year vesting period, the actual benefits that you get are really much less than what they were 20 years ago. And then, of course, there's the mandatory contribution by all employees. So I think that, given together with the fact that the newer generation of workforce that's coming on don't really think in terms of retirement as a big value. They are not really thinking about that, whereas 30 years ago, it was a big value to the workforce, that generation. So I think those are challenges for us. We don't have control over the ERS, the pension, and the benefits. That's something that's legislated.
So in regards to incentives, when you're talking about engineers, you said we can work out those incentives. What would those look like?
I beg your pardon?
You mentioned the word incentives. And
yes. So the HRS, the law allows us to provide recruitment incentives for hard-to-fill positions. So it's not for any of them, but it's for hard-to-fill positions. And they can take the form of travel allowance, moving allowances if we have to move people here from the mainland or somewhere else off island. There have been bonus payouts that can be made. Of course, you have to consider the existing employees and what they're getting paid, and morale, and that those are all considerations that the departments have to make. But there are recruitment incentives that can be paid for new employees. But once they're hired by us, once they're employees, we don't have that flexibility.
So for new employees, does that also include HPD? I mean, they have a slow drip up to 400 vacancies of officers, super crucial. And I've talked multiple times to the union, to the department, about some type of incentive, because it's not getting any better.
Yes.
It's not a attractive career across the nation. We have places like Vegas that offer a 30 grand signing bonus when you enter the department. I mean, we just can't compete. So is that something that you guys can do?
Yes, well, we did have that topic did come up, and subject to confirmation by probably staff and core and all of that, it would seem that recruitment bonuses should be able to be paid by HPD. With HPD, however, I have to say that we have delegated recruitment to HPD, so they pretty much operate independently of HR. They do a lot of their own recruitment right now for all their positions.
They definitely do their own recruitment, but in the event that you can help with any type of intro incentive, whether it's a $1,500 housing stipend or something, because even Seattle, they have a $7,500 lateral transfer. So we don't offer anything for people who are coming from other jurisdictions to be officers here, which then we don't get any transfers, we don't get any new guys. So I think if there is something you can help with there, in regards to what you were saying about starting on a different pay step, I've heard Prosecutor Alm say that that's one of the problems they have there, is there's like competitive pay for prosecutors, even from just county to county, not even outside of the state, just from between us and Maui and others. So basically what you're saying is that we can suggest when those times come that they start them at a different step?
Correct, depending on experience and ensuring that they qualify for the higher level, entry level of pay. And the prosecutors is slightly different. They're exempt, I believe they're exempt employees, so they're slightly different than our civil service employees.
And in regards to the mandatory contribution, you said that that's legislated on the state level? I guess last question, for particular departments, say for example, in HPD up to, I believe, lieutenant, they're in one union and all the way up is in a different union. Do you guys have no say over that either?
I'm not that familiar with the union structure of HPD, but it is established, and you want? Oh, I see. Okay. My staff informed me that you're probably referring to the excluded managerial group,
Yeah.
and so that's in every across the board in all the different bargaining units. They're excluded from the bargaining units.
And I don't know if you can help with this, but when I did talk to them about their vacancies, of course, they walked me through this lack of incentive, but they also walked me through the fact that once you reach a certain level that you don't continue stepwise up. So once you transition out of being in Shopo's union, then you don't continue to increase in pay because now you're on a different step schedule. So I don't know if that's it, but basically they were saying there really is no incentive to actually climb the ranks either. You can climb the ranks and you'll be at the same pay step as somebody else that maybe has lots of years but not the same rank as you. So I don't know if you guys have anything to do with that, but they said it's a disincentive.
There aren't steps at the managerial level, but there are mayor's directives. So we call them progressions, and the progressions are always designed to match the steps that the counterparts get from the bargaining unit. So technically, it's true that they don't have the steps, but there are mayor's directives that give them progressions that allow them to get the increases that are equivalent to the other bargaining unit counterparts. Now, for bargaining unit 12, the mayor's directive has not come out yet to match what the collective bargaining agreement that was just concluded. So they're still waiting on that. So perhaps but that's actually not true that there isn't incentive. I mean, there is progression that's designed to be equivalent to the counterparts in the bargaining unit.
When you say mayor's directives, what does that mean?
So the mayor, usually with feedback from the managerial employees, will set the progression over the next couple of years that is supposed to be equivalent to what the bargaining unit counterparts have done. So it's done by a mayor's directive because they're excluded managerial and it's not part of the collective bargaining discussion.
It's done by directive. Okay, I'm gonna have to study that because I don't
We're
understand
happy
it.
to have another conversation, to follow up with you. We can explain it to you. We're happy to do that.
Okay, sounds good. It's just, of course, a major concern for me because anytime I ask for us to get more officers or staff the Waianae Police Station, it's always, well, we don't have enough. So
yes, I mean, it is an important objective. I think it's one of our most important, priorities for the city, absolutely.
So I would really like to see your department put forward something in regards to incentives. I mean, that would really just make us more competitive. I do hear Maui County is going to assign an incentive for $750 a month for every officer to retain them. I think Mayor Ross considering an extra little bonus for vehicle reimbursement, but any little thing at this point would be better than nothing. Mm-hmm. So thank you for any help you can provide. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, Director Miyazaki, one of my questions is in regards to the county's policy in reference to hybrid work. What is the policy of the city at this point? Can I work 20 hours at home and 20 hours at work in person?
Right now, we have a telework policy in place, and that is driven by the departments. So the department directors are able to decide which positions can telework and what the schedule would be, and it's signed off by the union and by HR. So that's pretty much driven by the departments.
Okay, the next question.
Councilmember Say, I'll also say we also have other policies that allow different kinds of work schedules. We have an alternate work schedule, which some of the first responders and ENV uses. It's 410, and there's another variation. It's 980. So there are some different alternate. We call them alternate work schedules that might, are attractive, and we are working on trying to make those more visible to the public so that applicants for our jobs understand that we do have those options for certain kinds of positions.
And then the next question would be, do we have a statewide Personnel Officers Association?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? Statewide?
Personnel Officers Association? Whereby the 4 counties would come together to discuss what areas of repeal or amendments to the Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 76, 77, which are civil service laws, and Chapter 89, which is our collective bargaining laws.
There's an employers group that where all the directors from the jurisdictions are represented, and they meet often, or they meet as needed to talk about labor issues, collective bargaining, classifications, and common issues that we have together.
And then for the next 2 years, what are your end goals as far as the vacancies that we have in the county? What would you like to see? When you came on board, it was maybe 30% vacancies. What is your goal and your department to lower that?
Well, I think, right now we have, when I made the presentation to council last May, we showed about 3,000 vacancies. And of those 3,000, after more discussion and review, we know that there's a number of those vacancies that will not be filled. They're used for HPD to train their cadets, and fire uses them. So there's about 800 of those positions. While they're vacant, they're actually used on a rotating basis. And then there's a number of contracts that we have that do perform things that we wouldn't, that the city doesn't historically, is not able to perform. So given that, we think there's somewhere the sweet spot for the city, given that we have about 8,500 civil service jobs filled, maybe in another 1,500 to 2,000 positions. Now, we lose about 200 positions every year. So our goal is to really just turn that around and turn that whole trend around and get in the positive, so that we're not, we don't keep losing positions that we did in the last 5 years. So if we can make gains of, 1,000 or so in the next 2 years, and then perhaps, keep that trend going, so we're actually, getting to a place where we have more than 10,000 civil service positions filled. I think that would be a great win for the city. I think that right now we were doing a pretty good job. We in terms of hiring, we've probably, overall, if you compare the last couple years on a monthly average, we're about 25 to 35% above the hiring rate that we've had even before COVID started. The challenge we have is the attrition and the retirements. So that if we can focus on retention as well, hiring more and retaining more of our employees, that would be, I think, a win for us, and really to try to, look at our old classifications and our old job descriptions, modernize everything, and try to find a good way to find a better fit for the candidates that are applying for our jobs, so that our departments can actually find really qualified people to fit their jobs.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question? This is in regards to the correlation I made with one of our department's directors. And it was in regards to, are we adjusting our salary ranges to all entry-level personnel competing with those who are part-time workers in the private sector because of minimum wage?
Yeah, if I understand your question, you're asking whether we're adjusting to accommodate for the minimum wage?
Increases, yes.
Yes. Well, I don't know when it was adjusted, but I know that we don't have any positions now at the minimum wage or lower. So
Okay,
that has
well,
already, yeah.
Director, today, I was shocked when, was it a clerical person entry level, 36,000? Wow, how can that individual, a father or a husband or a mother or a wife, with two of them working at 36,000 or 36 and maybe 50,000, survive? What you folks have to do for me, and I don't want to use my name, but you can share it with your officers. Every time we increase minimum wage, you lower the income taxes. That way you have more buying power. Am I correct? Because every time you get an increase in one salary, it may put you into a new category in the income level.
Correct. Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to determine. How can we give the general public more resources to buy things that they need? And the state benefits because they get the general excise tax. But I'm just trying to figure out a way that you want to see. We're all stuck at this 60% AMI and below average median income for affordable housing. I want to get individuals to be above that, but not be penalized because of one's income. So I just bring this up to your association or your council, whatever it is, employers, to talk about something like this on behalf of the future workers of the city and county of Honolulu.
Thank you. Well, I think
You're
that's
very
an
welcome.
important consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Miyazaki, I was wondering about, the reason why I have DHR last is mainly because I wanted to hear what the different departments have done differently, such as the different pathways, such as connecting with the schools. And I know we talked about the last 2 years with the deputy director too, regarding and some bachelor's credits or master's credits or even associate credits. But as a DHR overall, are there new relationships that we have with different schools? Even, I think I mentioned this in another hearing, like even starting them from middle to high school, that we are setting up between the city and county of Honolulu and the DOE or the UH systems or HPU or what have you.
We currently work pretty closely with universities, University of Hawaii and the community colleges on recruitment and different apprenticeship programs. We have not, on a department by department level, they do go into the high schools. I know ENVA goes to Castle, and that, some of them do go in there depending on the kind of jobs that they have. They have to have entry-level jobs. So, we are limited somewhat by the staffing that we have in order to really fully deploy that. We have some contract money from FRF, so I'm hoping that we can do more with external recruitment. But I do think it's important, and I know that there is a move and a push to try to reach down into schools at a younger age to try to educate them about our jobs and what we have to offer and the diversity of our jobs.
Thank you. And I also mentioned maybe 2 years ago regarding about how I knew a few friends that started off at entry level at DPP, and then before they were considered or going through the process of either promotion of some sort to supervisor or whatnot, they of course leave. But is there a progression of promotion support that DHR is encouraging the different agencies to have? Because once again, I think throughout this whole budget departmental briefings, we're talking about institutional knowledge and really uplifting the work from between generations, but making sure that also that they can see this as a long-term career.
Absolutely. I think the promotional opportunities are one of the most important and attractive aspects of being a city worker. The progressional positions, it depends on what position they are. Like some of them are built into that class. So for example, in DHR, we have human resource specialists, and they start at, the entry level and they go to journey level, and then, 4, 5, and 6. Same with some of the engineering classes, and then some of the trades. There's a journey level, and you come in and you get trained up, and then you can get promoted. Assuming you meet the criteria of your department to get promoted. So, not all positions are like that, but there are many that are like that. So it just really depends on the position that you're looking at. For example, our administrative services officers, that is not a progressional position. There are ASO 1 and 2 and 3, but you would have to take an ASO 2 or 3, you would have to leave your position and you would take a promotion in another department. But you would move along you would get the increases that are given, commensurate to the bargaining unit step increases, the progressions, but you wouldn't necessarily have the stay in the same job and have promotional opportunities to up higher, if that makes sense. It's a little bit complex too. So, but I guess the bottom line is it applies to some and not other positions. It just depends on the position. But it is a great attractive tool for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you so much. He had a couple quick questions. First, if the council authorizes, or if we create a new position within a department, how long does it take to get the paperwork done? Not even getting to the point where you guys screen the candidates, just creating the position. How long does that take?
Yes, I think there are probably different ways to create positions, but the technical way is to file this e-form BF 130 that goes through the budget division and gets approved by budget and finance. And then it comes to us for actually filling the job. But if it's a new position, usually there has to be a new position description created, and that will come through our classification and pay division. So depending on, usually often a new position is created as part of a reorganization. So the reorganization, again, is a function between budget and finance and HR, because it involves fiscal as well as human resource matters. So I don't know what the average time is, but creating a new position probably takes a little bit longer than just if I have a position and I want to fill it, I just apply to fill it. So, given that, I'm not sure what the average is. We can definitely get back to you on that and try to look at our data.
Yes, please. That would be super helpful. Next, what does it mean to deactivate a position? I've seen that throughout budget presentations all week. There's been deactivation, but honestly, nobody's really been able to give us a good answer.
Well, deactivation means that we don't actually remove that position from your org chart, but it's no longer available to fill in. It's not in the budget. It's not funded, basically.
Not funded. Just to be a little bit more technical, if it's not funded within the department, or it's not funded within the vacant position, VP?
PVP? Correct.
So it's still funded within the PVP?
No.
Just, okay.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not funded at all by budget. In the city budget, it's not funded at all. But it's still in the org chart.
Okay, that's super helpful. Now, how long does it take to change from a contract FTE to a permanent FTE? Because a lot of departments have told us that that's what they do. They like to bring people on as a contract hire, see how they're doing before they convert them over to a full-time FTE. Correct. Or permanent FTE.
And part of the reason is because if a department needs immediate assistance, it's faster to do a personal contract, because you can just put the e-form in, do a couple other technical things, letter to contract and all that. So it can be done in a couple weeks or even less sometimes. If you're talking about converting the contract to a civil service position, if you have an existing civil service position and it's funded, if you're just using the contract money to fund, the position money to fund your contract, then it doesn't take any longer than just filling a regular position. It's just that, you have to do the recruitment, and if that person wants to apply, they have to, get into the list of candidates to be referred to the department. So it's really just like filling a regular position. If departments are filling contracts, like some of the departments haven't completed reorgs and they haven't completed PDs, and so they fill contracts to get the work done, but they actually they're not ready to fill because they don't have the position description done. So those will take longer. So it depends on whether the department has an existing position that's ready to fill or not. And if they do, it's fairly seamless. There is a trick, though, with the contracts. And what people, the managers and the people supervising the contractors have to let them know that the job is open. They have to apply for the job. They have to compete for the job. They can't just usually automatically become in that position just because they have a contract. And I know from my own experience at CSD, you kind of wonder, well, we train these people, they have security clearance, we need them to be in these jobs, but they do have to, the requisition has to be open, the job has to be open and posted, and they have to apply and compete with everybody else. That's part of the civil service system.
Okay. So while these contract positions fill the immediate need, if they're going into the recruitment pool like everybody else, it takes equally as long, right? Okay, next. We talk a lot about filling vacant positions, obviously, all week. And the difficulty how difficult these are, and we talked a lot about how low the salaries are, and that oftentimes is dealing with collective bargaining. But I'm trying to be creative here. If we simply just delete these low-paying jobs, or deactivate perhaps, but delete them. You talk about how many vacant positions we have throughout the whole city, right? I was making a big deal the other day about 2,693 vacant positions. But is there any thought to just going through all of that and seeing what positions, because the pay is so low, just take them off the rolls, just delete them altogether?
Well, then I guess who would do the work? Are you thinking contract positions would fill in for the labor?
Well, no. Last year I made a big deal about positions that were vacant prior to 2011, and there was quite a bit. And we tried in the CD1 with the budget chair to delete them. Each department came in and said, no, we promised we're going to hire. But ultimately, we're coming back this year, and many of them are still on the rolls. And I give the departments credit because they probably filled those first, right? The ones that are the oldest, which is great. But ultimately, what I'm talking about is these positions, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that the pay is so low that people just aren't going to want them, right? That rather than just keeping them on the rolls every year, they're not being filled, the money carries over to next year, let's just take them off and delete them. And that's partly why I asked you, how long does it take to create a position? Because ultimately, if the department really needs it, then come back and ask for it. But for today's purposes, or this year's budget, and I'm curious what you think about that idea, just go ahead and delete it.
Well, I think that every department feels that they need the positions that they have vacant. But for what I can say about some of the entry-level positions is that those are the hardest positions to fill right now because we're competing with the hospitality industry, with the restaurants, the department stores, retail, and restaurants. And so for example, the senior clerk typist, I believe we have 30 positions. I think the state has several hundred open. And the clerk typist, we have 14. So we have run several recruitments often, which is a lot of work, but we've sent new lists to the departments. And, typically, and this is across the board, public and private sector, if there's 20 candidates that are referred to the department, half or less than half are actually respond to the call for the interview, and then half of those may show up. So you are looking at a much reduced pool from the original list of referred candidates. There's probably a number of reasons, but it's a very competitive level. The entry level, you don't have to have a college degree. Some of them you don't even have to have experience, maybe 1 year. So it's a competitive, it should be easy to fill in. At one point, and historically, we had a lot of applicants for that level. We never had it, but now we have it on continuous, because that's how hard it has been to fill. So I wouldn't say that those are vacant because the departments don't need them. I think it's just at a level and a point in time where we're competing for certain kinds of jobs. Engineers are the same. We have so many on continuous recruitment. And we're constantly, when they're on continuous recruitment, we turn the applications and we give them right away to the departments. And still, we have quite a number of vacancies. Even in DHR, one of the reasons, we have a couple of those entry-level positions, and they've been hard to fill. And we have hired and lost in the 1 year, 1 or 2 people. So it is hard to keep them too. Once you get them and they get trained up, they can move to, once they pass probation, they might find something else in the city that pays better.
And again, maybe I'm trying to find a quicker way to do this. And again, I don't mean to make light of this, but if salaries is the reason, why don't we delete clerk typist one that gets paid $24,000 a year, whatever it is, and let's create a clerk typer one that gets paid $40,000 a year. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be creative.
Well, I know that we are going to start looking at these classifications, and the ones that are hard to fill, like those where I know that our division chief Denise Mihara is working on it now, working on coordinating with jurisdictions and looking at different classes, and especially those that are hard to fill at the entry level. And we are going to try to change those so that we can recruit them more effectively.
And I realize that your department also has vacancies, and to be able to reclassify every department, 9,000 some odd positions, and of course you don't have to reclassify all of them. Do you think it might be worthwhile just to hire a consultant to do that for us, so that you folks sitting behind you are not burdened by that? And I'd imagine that other jurisdictions have done that, and there are consultants that we can look at and do. And to the extent that that is even possible, let us know before the close of this budget, because we'll help you.
Thank you.
And perhaps put the money in the budget to do that.
I think the issue, I think it's an attractive idea because sometimes the private sector can move faster, but we do have a very strong privatization law on the books, HRS. So something that we have historically and customarily done in the city, we would not be allowed to contract out at this point in time. So one of the positions that I am asking for is in addition to that classification and paid division, so we can try to take a look and modernize, and we won't get to all of them at once, but we will get to the hardest to fill jobs and the ones that are in demand for our departments. We will get to those.
Is this law that you're talking about a city ordinance or a state law?
HRS, state law.
Because earlier this week, Steve Thakara from Budget and Fiscal Services is asking for $500,000 to hire a consultant to advise them on the vacancy tax. So how does that not violate the law that you're talking about?
I'm not sure what he's referring to, but it's there's a decision, the Kano decision, and we can definitely send you and counsel the legal information, but it's been on the books for quite a while, and there was a there was an act that allowed us to privatize for a while, but when that act sunsetted about 20 years ago, we have not been able to hire contractors or contracts for jobs that are customarily done by civil service.
Okay, maybe we need to be creative here, because I absolutely am not talking about privatizing your job or anybody else within your department, but a consulting service to be able to recommend changes to be more efficient
I know
is kind of what I'm talking about.
There are some exceptions to that. If we don't have the capacity to do our jobs, there are a few exceptions like that. So, that may be something that he's looking at in terms of one of the exceptions to that law. And we can take a look at that.
That would be great, because I really don't want to give you a hard time, nor anybody else sitting behind you, because it's not getting done, right? And I recognize the gains that you've made since you've been here. But at the same time, there's so many vacant positions across the board. And to the extent that we can get the help that you need, I'm happy to work with you on that. Okay, next, bonuses for HPD officers and or other hard to hire. I just want to clarify. You're saying the law authorizes this, but it only is for new employees.
Correct. They're called recruitment incentives.
Okay, so we can actually do that. So perhaps we work with HPD to see whether or not we can do that and put it in their budget. Again, just being creative. You have all these vacant police officer positions now up to, Councilmember Tupola, what was it?
300 something, I believe.
393, so almost 400.
Almost 400.
What if we take 200, the funding for 200 of those, and use that funding for bonuses? How can we do that? Would we deactivate the positions, take the money from that, give it back to them, right? So we're not deleting the money. Again, just trying to get creative and figure out how to do this without breaking any rules.
Councilmember, I'd like to have our labor relations chief respond to the HPD issues. Questions?
Okay, great.
Okay, so currently we have a 4-year contract for the BU-12 employees, which are the police officers.
I'm sorry. Can I have you introduce yourself and speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
Because they need to type out your name on the screen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lau. I'm the Labor Relations and Training Division Chief. Okay, so currently the BU-12 employees who are police officers, they have a 4-year contract. So the contract started July 1st, 2021 and runs through June 30th, 2025. And they actually received quite a lucrative package. Their increase to base is like 21.75% in comparison to the other bar units throughout the city. Most of them received only 14.35% over the 4-year period. And actually, the police officers do have a one-time retention bonus, which is payable in the 4th year for 2.22%. 2.22%. So they do have something to look forward to in the 4th year of the contract.
Okay, great. And I did see that we passed the bill authorizing that. And I'm hopeful that actually does the trick.
Yeah.
But that wasn't my question. My question really was, are we able to take money from the vacant positions, right? Say you deactivate it, right? For, let's say, 1/3 of the vacant positions, but give it back to them for bonuses to recruit. And again, I understand what you just said, that hopefully that works. But again, just wondering what's within our wheelhouse during this budget cycle to further stimulate hiring.
Okay. So some of that would be like negotiable, yeah. So we would have, and of course, I would think Shopo would agree to something like that. But as far as the budget and the, taking money from vacant positions, I don't know if I could answer that. It's more of a budget question. Yeah.
Councilmember, I think that's more of a department and HPD question, because if they, they would have to, agree to eliminate some of their positions and reallocate that to bonuses or to recruitment bonuses, I suppose.
Well, of course. But ultimately, it's our decision. If we could deactivate positions on our own, right? Meaning, and we take the money away. But it really is a procedural question that I have for you, that making sure that what I'm explaining to you is really going to work. So if we deactivate it, again, we explained what deactivation was. We're not funding the position, but the position itself stays. Yeah? Presumably, as you said, the money doesn't go into the PVP account. It goes back into the general fund, correct? Where we deactivate a position, goes back into the general fund. Okay. And then we put it back into their account under, and I see people nodding, I know it because it's probably never done. But you know what? We got to get creative here. I'll lead you through it again. You deactivate the position, so you're taking the funding away, correct? That money then goes into the general fund, correct? The third step would be then we could reappropriate it any way we like. Right?
Well, the budget part of it, I think that we'd have to check with the, BFS as to how the money would flow. But basically, you're saying reallocate the money to existing positions for.
No, not existing positions. As you mentioned 5 minutes ago, bonuses only apply to new positions.
Oh, to new positions, right.
So we would reallocate it, and I don't know what you'd call it, within their budget. And again, we're not going to do it to HBD unless they're willing to do it, because why waste our time? But I'm just trying to figure out procedurally how you would do it without costing taxpayers more money.
There might be a way to do that, and we could sit down with HPD and budget, but basically if, when there are so many vacancies, there are salary savings from the allocated budget. So it's possible that the salary savings from vacancies, so if you have a vacancy funded for a year, but you don't fill it till 3 or 6 months in, then you have a little bit of salary savings. You could potentially use the salary savings to give the recruitment incentive bonus. So it might be possible to do that without actually deactivating a lot of positions, since they do have so many vacancies. But I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with the department budget. That would have to, be a conversation with the chief and their ASO.
Actually, bringing up something very interesting. Let's take HPD off the table and just talk about our departments here in the city. Even let's use your department as an example. Are you saying that once we fund a position, it's not filled? What I always believed happens is that money goes back into the general fund at the expiration of the fiscal year.
Well,
then we reallocate it the following year.
It goes into the PVP.
It goes into PVP. Well, but apparently what I'm hearing from the departments is they want the freedom to be able to hire without asking permission for the PVP.
Yeah, so
the money is going into their budget.
In the past, when you sweep the PVP, it does go back to the general fund in the past practice until the current fiscal year. That's correct. So we wouldn't be able to, technically, we weren't supposed to fill positions using that money that we didn't fill already as of February 1 until the budget for the next year is approved, when we know, what our allocation is going to be for any vacant positions. So that is what Director Thielen was referring to in the past practice. So in past practice, so now as of February 1, I have 9 positions vacant, right? Typically, I would not be able to fill those between now and July 1 unless I had my own salary savings or some other form of salary savings, but those vacant positions, the budget for those vacant positions, once they're swept, they're not really in my budget anymore. You know, with the current fiscal year, I guess that, you know, we at least have been given a percentage to work with, something to work with, so we know, you know, we have an idea that we're going to be given back this PVP funding, so we know, you know, if I can get funding for 8 positions, you know, in the current fiscal year to fill between now and the 1st of July, then I will go ahead and fill them. Otherwise, I can't because the money has been swept.
Okay, and I'm not talking about the money that is in the PVP, right? This is money that's appropriated directly to the department. As you said, Director Thielen was talking about. The reason why they want to do it that way is so that they have the flexibility and they don't have to ask permission to fill. If those positions are not filled, is the individual department allowed to then use it? I wrote it down, salary savings. Can they then take the money from salary savings and utilize it to do other priorities?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the salary savings would really not be a result of the vacant positions being swept. That's not, the salary savings might be from, say you have a position and you might fill that position at a lower salary level. So for that fiscal year, you have a little surplus because you're filling it at a lower level. Or if you vacate a position and it takes you 3 or 4 months to fill or longer, you have some salary savings in that position. But I believe that if it's vacant, it goes into PVP. That, you know, do we consider that salary savings?
No, again, I don't even want to talk about the PVP. Just to be clear. I'm just curious if the departments have the flexibility to use the money that we appropriate and they don't fill the position. And we're not talking about PVP. This is separate because what I'm understanding is that we are funding positions in the departments, right? And maybe I'm missing the point that if they don't fill it, it automatically goes into PVP?
As of February 1.
And is that an internal rule?
I believe that's a council rule that was established a number of years ago.
That if they don't fill it by February 1st, a council rule, like my rules that I promulgate every year? No.
Yeah, we know that it was put into place a couple years ago. These are probably questions better for the budget director, but you know, a number of years ago, this PVP sweep on February 1 was established. I believe it was established for the purposes of budget planning, so there could be some sense of what the rollover for the following fiscal year would be.
Okay.
And so, I'm sorry, I'm probably not the most well versed on the budget rules, but yeah.
No, and perhaps we may want to call back, not tonight, of course, but Director Kawano at a later time to further explain this. I was just curious that, again, we got all this vacant positions, and if it's not in the PVP account, and this is my question that I know you can't answer, but are they allowed to utilize that to do other priorities? Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. I do appreciate all that you folks do as well. And thank you it's 7 o'clock. Thank you for staying late.
Councilmember Say.
Yeah, Chair, maybe I can try to explain. It was prior to the 5 freshmen getting elected. Our predecessors at the council decided to sweep those vacant position fund monies. But thanks to you and all the council members, if you recall, every time there is a transfer from salaries to current expense, that has to come before the council for our educational purposes. I don't know the intent of why the sweep occurred, because I was not here. But in this particular case, now you are not repealing, but changing the policy of budgeting, whereby you are trying to streamline the hiring process. That from February to June, you can now do the hiring also. Because once it was swept into the budget, it becomes part of the financial plan. So that's what happened, I think. I wasn't here, Madam Chair, but that's what I've learned.
Also, probably to correct, just to clarify, the PVP is actually, it gets, when we don't fill a vacancy as of February 1, it goes into our provisional for vacant positions, and we can still use it to fill positions, but that doesn't mean, it's basically not in the next budget. So in the current scenario that the current budget director is giving us a more of a confirmation that if we fill using our PVP dollars and that it gets swept into, we'll have it in a certain percentage of that to go into the next budget so we can continue to fund that position. So that, yeah.
Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you. Director, a few more questions. Just to follow up again, and I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, but gotta do it. So in the new hires, when we're talking about these incentives, just as an example, they had graduated like 63 new recruits, right? So multiply that by, I don't know, a $1,500 housing stipend or something. That's like $315,000. It's not even that much money. As far as like, they have 205 civilian vacancies. I'm talking about HPD, and they have, upwards of 400 in uniform vacancies. So if there is a way for us to formally get something written and plan so that we have an actual amount, because I definitely am going to be trying to amend the budget to do that, because I don't think we're taking this very seriously. It's not safe for the community, and it's not safe for the officers to have this many vacancies. So I think if we had a formal plan, and again, this is on the front end, right? Because anything in the middle or end of the contract would have to be a supplemental collective bargaining agreement between the union and them. But if we can handle the incentive on the onset of the hires, like, we should get that done, and then let them handle whatever collective bargaining supplemental agreement they have to do. But in addition to that, and thank you for bringing up, at year 4, they get such and such, but when they renegotiated their contract between 2021 and 2022, they were supposed to get a 5% raise. And then those officers that were supposed to step up, actually, because the contract wasn't negotiated, didn't get that. So their retro pay from those years still hasn't come to them. So I hear what you're saying, that there's these incentives. I'm aware of what the incentives are, but if the retro's not getting to them, we have nothing else to offer, and we're still having a huge amount. So take away everything else, how much they actually have to contribute to their, the mandatory contribution, it's a huge amount. It's like 40% of the pay that they make every paycheck. So I just wanted to iterate that if you can come to us with something super concrete, like, I'm sure after hearing Chair Waters talk about it and myself, like, we're ready, just like put it out there. We want to do something. Let's use these positions. Let's do something. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's put it into the budget. Even 300,000. That to me is too many, but something. We got to do something. So I hope that you can come to us with something so that we can actually put a figure into the budget that you and HPD would be comfortable. Is that something you could work on?
Yes. Well, I think the first thing is to have a meeting with the chief and his recruitment team. And I know those recruitment incentives need to be, the positions have to be advertised, including we have to notice the applications. So there is a process, and we can work with him on that, definitely.
Thank you. That would really make me feel a lot better. The second thing was I got a lot of emails, from positions being opened, and a couple times I responded back to the emails and I was like, hey, do you have a flyer I can post or a meme? Because I know people that want this. I'm not trying to give you guys any extra work, but are there memes that are shareable for the job so that we can just text it to a friend that we're like, hey, this is something you've been looking for? Because, unfortunately, when it comes to us in the email, it's just kind of written content.
So one of the positions that I've requested is we currently have an FRF funded new social media recruitment position. So every week, all those positions are getting posted on Instagram and Facebook, and they're being tweeted. So we have a social media, basically campaign going for all of the new postings, and also for, we also select different jobs. We really want to encourage people to sign up for this job interest card, so that when they can actually tell us what kind of job they're interested in, and when it comes up, we will email them directly. So we can get all that information to you.
What is the Instagram that we follow for that?
We'll look it up right now. I'm like a social media nerd, or the opposite of. It's Honolulu_DHR.
Oh, see, I didn't know that existed. DHR. Okay, yeah, just wanted to, in whatever way I can, share.
Absolutely. And we will send you the link for the job interest card for anyone that you know, because that's the best way for people to get notices from us immediately on jobs that they have interest in.
Perfect.
Yeah, so the job interest card is a way for us to communicate with people directly when, they sign up for whatever they're interested in hearing about.
Great.
Absolutely.
Good job.
And I did want to mention that the retro for police, thank you to Division Chief Lisa Lau, March 15th, 2023 is the date.
Oh, so it's coming.
Yes.
It's been almost coming
Next
for a
week.
long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, March 31st.
It's
But
okay.
it's still pretty close.
Yes,
3
yes.
weeks, right?
Thank you so much for the update in the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for DHR? Councilmember Say.
Yeah, Nola, that's why I'm really intrigued with this discussion this afternoon, because even if we do give the bonus to the Oahu officers of HPD, don't you think we have to get the concurrence of the other three mayors? Because Shopo is one organization, one bargaining unit. And I don't think Shopo will tell us to, give it to Honolulu, but don't give it to Maui, Kauai, and the Big Island.
Isn't that part of the bargain?
It's just like all the contracts that were ratified, he had to get 5 votes.
Council members say that is for all the jurisdictions. It was negotiated for all the jurisdictions.
Correct. But we cannot do it just for Oahu. That's what I'm saying to you. You've got to get the buy-in from the other 3 counties.
Correct.
That's why we're stuck.
That's why I mean, it doesn't help us be competitive with the neighbor islands, definitely. But the bonus incentive is something we can do on our own.
Oh, okay.
The recruitment incentive, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for DHR? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Director. Thank you to your team. We really appreciate you being here and sticking it out with us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Next,
very much.
We will take up, we will proceed with remote testifiers. There are no registered testifiers, but is there anyone online who wishes to testify? Please use the raise hand feature. Okay, there being no remote registered speakers, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Is there any in-person testifiers? Okay, seeing that there are none, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Okay, with that, we will now move on to agenda item number 2, the legislative budget review. We have with us the city auditor, the city clerk, the city council, and the Office of Council Services. And there's no one there, okay. Yes. Or do you want me to recess so we can go shishi break? Okay, never mind then.
Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted from the council member from the EVA side.
Okay.
Okay, we got the team here.
Okay. All right.
The legislative branch
Oh, sorry.
overview.
Okay, yes, thank you. Here with us. So first off, okay, so we'll do the legislative branch overview, and then we'll go per department. And I guess it's going to be, who do you have? You have, it's council, then you have, I can't even remember. OCS, then clerks, and then OCA, right? Okay, perfect. And then we'll ask questions after each agency head. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for staying here. It's now 7:10, and I'm impressed that everybody is still here. The legislative branch includes the Honolulu City Council, the Office of Council Services, the City Clerk, and the Office of the City Auditor. I'm going to do the legislative branch overview. Kenny Yamazaki will present to you the City Council overview. Lloyd Yoshioka will present to you the Office of Council Services. Glenn Takahashi will present to you the Office of the City Clerk, and Arushi Kumar, the Office of the City Auditor. The legislative branch budget appropriation request is $25,560,876. This request reflects an increase of $933,332, or a 3.8% increase from the current fiscal year FY23. Positions. We have 157 positions in the legislative branch. There is an increase of 2 positions for FY 2023. Salaries. $12,579,980 is for salaries. That's an increase of $607,068, or a 5.1% increase over FY 2023. This does include a 4% salary adjustment for exempt branch personnel. Salary adjustments and step movements for civil service personnel are also included as negotiated by collective bargaining. Current expenses amounts to $12,980,867, an increase of $326,264, or a 2.6% increase from FY 2023. Current expenses include provisional activity. Provisional activity is health, retirement, unemployment, vacation pay, and FICA cost for branch personnel. And that amounts to $6,824,382, an increase of $252,313, or a 3.8% increase from FY 2023. Agency highlights are on page 8 for you to peruse. I do want to point out that we didn't include it in this, and when we're talking about job creation, one of the highlights that I wanted to look at is creation of an internship program within the legislative branch, where we bring in college students from the University of Hawaii, where they actually get paid by the council for credit at the University of Hawaii. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Kenny Yamazaki for the City Council overview.
Good evening, Budget Chair, Council members, Kenny Yamazaki, the Council's ASO. For the City Council overview, the City Council's budget appropriation request is $8,749,419. The request is increased by $347,104, or 4.1% from our current fiscal year FY23. Our positions decreased by 2 positions. We went down from 73 to 71 in from FY23. Our salary request is $6,141,484 for FY 2024. It's an increase of $236,211 from FY 23. This includes salary adjustments of up to 4% for all exempt personnel. Our current expenses request is $2,607,935 which will show an increase of $110,893 or 4.4% from FY23. Our current expenses is inclusive of expenses like our telecasting, our office supplies, paper, Xerox machine leases, furniture, computers, software for our computers, our water costs, the council internship program that the chair mentioned, also includes HSAC and NLC dues and fees. And then also in our current expenses is the ACA, general protocol, and sister city expenses. And pending any questions, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Amazaki, our ASO? Me? Okay, question. First off, sorry. I don't know if this is for you or for anyone in general. What is the BFS policy 20.3?
So the BFS policy is a guideline that shows us exactly how to calculate the provisional expenses for the budget. Essentially, what it does is it takes everybody's salaries and then we plug it into that formula, which is provided by that policy, and it calculates what is recommended for us to put in the budget for the provisional account.
Okay, thank you. And would you be able to explain what was the biggest increase or what was the biggest form of expense in the 4.44% increase in our current expenses? Is it the internship program or what was the biggest?
There are several increases. NACO dues, NLC dues, and HSAC dues was an increase. We also increased a little bit to give the council members flexibility to provide telecasted meetings off-site. So we added a little bit of money for the telecasting object code. And just keep in mind that when we have the contract for the telecasting, a meeting like today is the same cost as a meeting that we have here or off-site for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's the same exact cost. We're billed by the event day.
Okay, so when we have outside meetings, that means we should go all day. Just kidding.
Yeah. That okay, or if you schedule one committee meeting on an extra day or a special meeting, we just got to keep in mind that it costs us the same amount as having a meeting for 8 hours.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Which brings me to the NLC membership dues. So of course, we all know, I always ask, even though I know the answer, like if Office of Economic Revitalization pays for their NLC and they get gifts of travel and participation. However, we are the ones, our legislative branch, our city council is paying the NLC membership for not just us, but the whole city and county of Honolulu's participation, yes?
That is correct. We pay based off of population. Okay.
Has there been discussion with the city administration to either share that responsibility to pay that dues, because it's not cheap and we're not getting that benefit? I still gotta go pay, even though I'm the representative. So why is Deputy Director Sparlin and whoever else be able to go up there with our NLC benefits that we've been paying for years?
I don't know the answer to that question as far as whether or not we have discussed with the administration. I know that it has come up in the past, in past budgets. And I think the last time it came up, it was actually the opposite way. I think they paid and then we were attending. So I don't know whether or not there was any discussions on that.
Okay, yeah, I'm not looking for one or the other to do so, you know, and I'm grateful that we get to go to NLC. However, I mean, and I'm sure participation changes every so often, but I mean, there needs to be a shared cost, in my opinion. So, anyway, thank you. Any other questions for the City Council?
Thank you. I'll be following.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Kenny.
I just, clarification on the 4% increase, is that just automatic? So does that, with regard to July 1st, once we pass all this, this budget, then you guys just take care of it? It's an automatic increase?
No, Councilmember, it's there and it's allotted as part of our budget, but ultimately it's still, you guys are the appointing authority for each of the districts. So we would follow, if you give us the instruction on what you would want to do, and that's why I think in the budget it says up to, but ultimately you guys are responsible for
oh, so it's okay, got it. So, but the 4% overall increase to our base budget, we could utilize it in whatever fashion we want in the distribution to the staff members. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember.
And I just want to make sure I don't see any increase in our staff allotments for positions. Is that correct? We are still maxed out at 5?
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. I mean, I know that comparatively to the state, we do have bigger staff, but we also have bigger kuleana with regard to jurisdiction, and I already know that we could use additional staff. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
Yes, Councilmember.
But
I agree.
I greatly appreciate the 4% increase to our base funding.
But just something to think about when you do, you know, this is your guys' budget as well, right? And so you guys can make any adjustments you guys want to try to make throughout the process. But just keep in mind that, you know, we increase the FTE. We also got to look for space. I think that would be the difficult part for us because we're limited in the number of the desks that we have.
Got it. Can I also ask, separate from the full-time FTEs that we have, are we able to use these for funds for paid internships and fellowships for mid-level career individuals that will not be counted against our five FTEs?
Yes, you can.
And in that way, you know, especially on the research front, people could work from home. So it's up, you're leaving it to us within our space to determine what we could, what number of personnel beyond the 5 that we can have for internships and fellows.
Yes, Councilmember, in the council admin manual, we do have a program for interns, and it does specify in there that the position count does not count against your 5 FTE as long as you have the funds available to compensate that individual.
Thank you.
Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, and quickly, not so much a comment. Appreciate the insight. It is a collective decision, so I'm really comfortable with how it's written now. But just kind of going off of what Vice Chair was saying, we do have 5 to 6. We do have more staff than the legislature, but we also have 5 to 6 House districts, 2 to 4 probably Senate districts, because we're the only legislative body for the city and county. So when we're looking at combined how many staff those offices would have across the street, factoring in that we're year-round, factoring in that at least when I walk door to door, all the issues folks complained about were city issues. So I know that's a lot of the feedback we probably get from the community. That's just my thoughts on the process. So I think it would be useful, but I'm really open to whatever the body wants to see, understanding that we have to move the money around however is appropriate. So
Thanks,
appreciate that, Chair.
Thank you. Kenny, I was wondering, Mr. Amazaki, sorry. Oh my gosh. How much do we have surplus from, how much do we anticipate to have surplus in this upcoming, for this current fiscal year? Do you have any surplus ever?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How much is that?
You want to know exactly how much we lapsed last?
Yes. And where did it come from? Like from salaries or current expenses?
Can I get that figure to you?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Amazaki, so how much is my legislative allowance?
Your ACA amount, Councilman? Your ACA is $25,000 for
Okay.
FY24. It's the same as last year.
That would take care of one mail out for me for the council district. I'm looking at using that money for mail outs for all the residents of District 5. And the thought was that, if I go 10,000, only half of the district, end of the year results or end of the year summary. Is it possible that instead of, having a dollar amount, just allowing each council member to have one major mail out a year? Let's have that.
Absolutely, Councilmember. You can definitely make an adjustment to the current expenses, to that particular object code to increase your ACA, so the overall collective ACA amount, and which would get allotted per district.
Because for the record, Mr. Amazaki, I think this is all published online as far as our expense side, correct? Because I had some emails about you bought this, you bought that. But my point of the matter is, if we do increase it by that 25,000 to 50,000, that 25,000 be used for our dissemination of information of our accomplishments at the end of the year. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely an appropriate use of your ACA, Councilmember, and
But what about other, expenses that I may incur later on? That's why I'm saying from the 25 that I have, can we bring it up to 50? And of that 50, only 25,000, half of it can be used for that once a year report. Because that's how much it's going to cost us. Maybe, I don't know. It's been 25 or 40. What's been the average for a total mail out for a council district?
Also, just to note that the chair does have funds in current expenses that last year we used some of that money to do mail outs for, like the Red Hill mail out we did. I think we did a budget mail out. So the chair did make those funds available to the districts to do mail out, to do a mail out.
That was a lot of money coming from the chair's discretionary fund.
Correct.
I'm just trying to determine what would be a means or an average for hitting those residents that are impacted the most. That's all. But if it is 25 or whatever, I just bring this up for discussion because I didn't know how to use my funds that properly, that well.
Definitely, an amendment can be made to add those funds if you guys see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. Is our OneView subscription included in our city council or legislative budget?
No, my understanding is that the administration has already funded OneView for, I think we have 2 more years left. They used, I believe they used ARPA funds to fund for 3 years.
Okay, so what happens after the ARPA funds? How much are we going to have to pay?
When we originally looked at OneView, we did pay our subscription costs that amounted to about $99,000.
For 1 year?
For 1 year.
Wow. Sorry.
Yeah,
And
so
what
you
if
can
we say we
imagine
don't
what
like
it costs
it?
the administration. Huh?
And what if we say we don't like it?
Yeah, then we find something else, or I think we're at a point where we've asked the administration to build us something that we can use.
And did we also bring up the subscription cost as a concern?
Yes, Councilmember.
Oh, thank God. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Vice Chair Kiaina.
Can I follow up on that? Because I haven't talked about it for a while and I haven't bothered you about it, but, I don't know what other members are doing. I know, but, our system is so antiquated now and I'm very frustrated. I do not care about the alignment with the riser system. They need to figure that out. What I do care about is a workable system whereby I could input everything that comes in, and so that I would have a better grapple on constituent increase not falling in the cracks. And this is going on my third year. I'm utterly frustrated. You know that, right? And it's so we need to do better. DIT does a lot of good things, so work with them to figure it out. But we need to stop this and get the system that, I know I have wanted, the quorum system. Is it called quorum? What is it called?
IQ Lados?
Yeah, whatever they go through different names, right?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Let's do it.
That's definitely somewhere where we're at right now. We definitely need input from you guys, the council members, as well as the staff, to determine what we really want, because the interface between I think the challenge is the interface between the MDO's office or the departments and
that's just the riser system. They have to be able to figure that out. But what I'm worried about is this: just because of the connection, it's impeding our ability to do all of the other good work that we're already doing.
Understand.
The riser system is only one part of our apparatus. With regard to all of the other things, just responding to the volume of calls and emails, that's equally important, and that's not being taken into account. It's not right.
Agree, Councilmember. And if that's the case, and we don't care about the connection between the legislative branch and the
For the riser system only, right? I'm just saying, why don't you work with DIT to figure that out? There has to be a way to do that. But the rest of the system, the package of the vendors, is more important to me than the riser system.
That is good to know. I mean, because we can definitely go to that separate system. Just know that that's going to be something that we maintain on our end for you guys to use as a tool to track, to communicate with the constituents. But you don't have the function of communicating with the department, because what you're talking about is the riser system, the connection between how we communicate between the district and the department or the NGO's office.
But have DIT figure that out. I'm sorry, even a simple email of me passing on constituent inquiries and or attachments, and I send it to them. I'm sorry, that's a communication, isn't it?
Yeah, but it would be separate.
That's their job to figure out the system to incorporate it. So they should help us out on that end. I guess
Correct.
I'm very unempathetic.
Totally understand, Councilmember.
The need to have to connect because of the riser system. In fact, half the time, I can just get all of the email inquiries or attachments or the intake of the mail that we have and just send it over.
Understand.
Right?
Totally, I understand. And if that's the case, then yeah, we can definitely look at other platforms to do the management side of the constituent management that you wish.
Yeah, if we can do this earlier rather than later, I would appreciate it. I'm drowning.
I'll do my best, Councilmember.
Thank you, Kenny. I do want to say, first off, thank you for representing us, because I know that One View is not our idea, right? I know that DIT is incorporating this all throughout the city. And so thank you for representing our concerns to the rest, to DIT, so that they can figure it out. We heard, of course, from CSD that they also have concerns utilizing One View as well. And I know that from MD's office to CSD that DIT is looking for other alternatives. But I still feel like, and maybe I don't feel the same as everyone else, that we think DIT is so awesome. I disagree. But I think that they need to stop shoving it down our throats, really. Okay, Councilmember Okumoto.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Kenny. I just wanted to follow up on a question that Chair Cordero asked. When the question was asked, and I'll be honest, I actually haven't personally used One View, and I was kind of surprised to see how much we're paying for it also if you're not using it. But you mentioned that these concerns have been brought to the administration. I just wanted to know what the feedback is. When you go to them with the concerns, and I've only been here a few months, but I'm guessing that this is something that's been longstanding. When you went to them with these concerns, especially with the systems that are being paid for, what was the response?
The response was that if it was important for the council to be able to communicate to the administration with their concerns, that we had to find something, because the old riser system is on a platform that is outdated and not supported by Microsoft any longer. And so they kind of told us that it was on the verge of crashing. So it was concerning. And that is why I think we did explore the One View option. And so we've been exploring this option for, I think, almost 2 years now. And, we've got it to a point where I think it is usable, but it is a lot more complicated than even I anticipated from the standpoint of the departments using the system to communicate. And she mentioned that the departments don't like it. They're having a hard time because they did get rid of the DART system, the old DART system in which they used to manage constituent concerns at the mayor's office. Was shut down. They shut it down, and they went completely onto One View.
So they shut it down because that was the one that wasn't able to be maintained.
Correct.
So now, so from what I'm hearing, the onus is on us then to figure out. Is that what I understood? That if we want a better system, then we have to figure it out and present it to them
together with them, and their recommendation was going to One View. And so we tried it out, and I think we got feedback from everybody initially. When it first came out, it was a mess. I mean, it was tailored for customer service. It had marketing stuff. It had a lot of things that we did not need. And so we went through iterations and iterations of trying to have them code the backside so that it looks like something that functions similar to what our riser system is now.
Okay, so the DART system that was used before, other than it not being able to, I guess, handle the volume, is that what it was?
No,
that wasn't something. Is there something similar to that, or that's?
It was on a separate system, and it was on a Microsoft Dynamics platform that was no longer supported, and so they shut it down. And so they shut that DART system down, and they went to One View.
And now that the response is that not just the council, but other departments are not satisfied with it.
They're having a hard time. Yeah.
So right now we're just using it and paying for it.
So right now we're using the old system, and I think we're just kind of using that old system as long as we can use that old system until DIT builds us an updated system.
So
I think that's the end state. The end state is we the council would like to see DIT build something that we host, so that we don't have that subscription cost every year, because more and more you see software companies going to subscription-based software, and it's expensive. I mean, when you're talking about every user in the city having a subscription to have access to a platform like OneView, it gets expensive every year.
And this, how much of a priority is this? Is it just a priority of us right now, or?
I think it's a priority of ours, so that we have a platform or a system in place so that you guys can.
Right. I guess my question was, does the administration recognize that, or is it just we're seeing this, but nowhere else is this a priority?
I think they're trying, but.
Okay. I just wanted to know what the response was when Chair Cordero asked if you had taken it to the administration.
Definitely.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Byer.
Thank you. Understanding this is really the only venue we can talk about this, given Sunshine. I think I agree. Well, not agree. I'm curious to know if across the street, the program that Vice Chair Kiaina is talking about is the same program they're switching to, because I know she's talking about the congressional.
So IQ Lados is used a lot of different levels of government. I do know that the federal government uses it on the Hill.
Okay.
So it is built for a government function.
Okay.
But from what I've learned, I mean, it's just super complicated to tie a system like that into our Microsoft Outlook function. And so, like Vice Chair said, if that's not important, the riser function is not important, and we want to place an emphasis on the constituent management, then we can definitely look at something that was built for constituent management, and have DIT figure out how we would communicate. I mean, even if we went to communicating by emails, I think it still would be, it would give you guys a better tool to manage all the information that comes in. That way the staff can definitely tailor reports. They can tailor if you ask them a question, they can easily pull it out of that system.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd have to talk to my staff more to get their input. And just to answer, I think, Councilmember Say's original question, I think that's about right. That's how much a mailer would be, given how big our districts are. So, I mean, I'd be okay with that too. I'm okay with everything. Everyone's suggesting however you guys want to move the money around. Because all of this is valuable, right? But we have a limited pot. So I'm amenable to all the great ideas.
Okay, Councilmember Kiaina.
Can I just say one more thing? What the best value of this is, and this is a system that I use throughout my career, so 17 years of using it. And I last left the Hill in 2007, so almost 20 years ago. And we are still not up to par with the premier service for government to interface with constituents. The best is that everything's itemized. So say someone calls or emails you, you can log it into the system. So when you say Will Smith, right? You can pull up all of his communications, and you have a better idea of when he called, and you can hold yourselves accountable with regard to whether a response was transmitted. And so on a daily or weekly basis, you would know also the time frame of how long it took you to respond. So if the members are trying to hold staff accountable, you say you must respond in 48 hours or a week. You would be able to create reports and say, why are these 50 letters or emails not responded to? Constituent outreach and response is just as important as policy. Patsy Mink was probably one of the greatest constituent outreach leaders. Regrettably, her staff worked 24/7. They always worked on the weekends. They were never there, but she put a premium on that, and and that's why she was able to get a lot of work done. And the people of Hawaii appreciated her efforts because of that response. And that could be casework, It could be policy, or it could be the Kalama Street in Kailua that wants a speed bump. Everything is documented, and you can categorize it accordingly. Anyway, thank you. I'll get off the subject, but.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. But just note that IQ is also a subscription-based platform as well. So there's a cost associated. There'll be a yearly cost associated with any platform that we pick that's a third-party platform.
Thank you. And also, once again, I just want to say thank you because you, Chair's office, everyone has been really helpful at allowing for, like, of course, seeing it through that we are trained multiple times in different forums and just trying to get it, even like myself. And also allowing for opportunities for feedback in so many different ways, whether it's complaints directly to you or like forums or even anonymously. So definitely, I feel very well. I shouldn't say me and my team feel very represented, expressing our views about One View to everyone. I mean, when I say everyone, I mean everybody. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll be followed by Lloyd Yoshioka from OCS.
Give a slide. Yeah, hi. Lloyd Yoshioka, Office of Council Services, Deputy Director. With me is our Director, Jim Williston, and Gavin Kennedy, who worked on the legislative budget. As you can see from the PowerPoint, our increases, we have increase of 2 positions, so our position count will total 30. Our salaries has increased by 9%, so it totals about $2.8 million. And our current expenses increased by 2.6%, totaling $336,500. I'm open to any questions you might have regarding any of these figures.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for OCS? Anything? Okay, how's your space management with records and everything? Are we digitizing things?
Yes, we continue our efforts to digitize all of our records. But of course, we always find more records to digitize, so this will be a long process, but we're trying to index it, scan it in, index it, so everybody will have an easy time finding it. We just updated our DocuShare, which the council has access to streamline it. So we just put the relevant documents in there and make it easier for you to find all the budget documents in our DocuShare.
Yeah, I love it. Wait, Mr. Yoshioka.
We, as of today, we just distributed the status of city finances. So in that report, you'll be able to see all of the lapses for fiscal year 2022. So that should help you in your decisions regarding this year's budget.
Okay,
so thank you.
Mr. Yoshioka, I was wondering about who pays for the ROHs that we get, the huge volumes?
All right, so what happens is that each office pays for their own, so that comes out of the council admin's budget. All of OCS's versions come from our budget, so each division pays for its own ROH.
Can we have a communal, like, volumes per year every time it gets updated, and so that we can save money instead of having to give it to everybody? Because I don't even open my box.
It's up to if you like to cancel your subscription, you can, but then you'd be only using the online version. I strongly suggest you keep using the printed copy because that's the official version of the ROH.
Okay. But if we were just have one for OCS, one for the city council, we can save plenty of money, right?
No, it wouldn't be that much of a savings.
Okay.
And I don't think OCS can function with only one copy of the printed ROH because every attorney, analyst, and secretary has to proof the bills against the printed ROH. That way we make sure that we're not inadvertently adding or deleting anything.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And is our software system for drafting and everything and editing all good?
Yes, so what we're doing for the next fiscal years, we're going to get an updated version of Westlaw, which will help us in our research as well as in our drafting of the memos that we write for you.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question, because I know that when I was a staffer, I used to work on the TODs, especially in my district. And of course, I know we would work back and forth with the city administration, DPP and whatnot. But let's say we were drafting something and we needed to make our own maps. Can we do it now?
Yes, we can do our own maps. In fact, probably at the end of this fiscal year or at the beginning of next fiscal year, we're going to have a dedicated workstation with a computer that's more powerful than the ones that we have on our desktops in order for us to more efficiently use the map-making programs.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Sorry, I got really excited about that. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your questions, Council Member.
Okay, any other questions for OCS? Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Wire.
Oh, thank you. Mahalo for being here, all the work that you do. So some of the positions are exempt and some are non-exempt in the
all of our positions are exempt.
Okay. What's the entry-level salary?
For the analysts, I think it's 80, the lowest is 80-something thousand.
Okay.
But it's hard to hire at that level. So we're making an effort to try to make our salaries at least match what the other government agencies have. That way we have an easier time hiring and retaining people.
Okay. And what about the secretaries? They're hired through?
Oh, no, right now we only have 2 secretaries and they're both very experienced.
Okay.
So their salary level is high.
Okay, good. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions for OCS? Okay.
All right, thank you, council members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have city clerks. Our City Clerk Glenn Takahashi.
Good evening, council members. Glenn Takahashi on behalf of the Office of the City Clerk. I also have with me our Departmental Staff Assistant, Chad Kadota, and our Elections Administrator, Rex Quidilla, also accompanying me this evening. The Office of the City Clerk's budget request is $4.86 million. This is a slight decrease over our present budget. This is the budget period that what we typically call our non-election year budget. We typically see fluctuation from year to year, up and down in the city clerk's budget because of the elections. We have 43 positions in our office. 10 of those positions are actually seasonal contractors that we staff up for in the second half of the fiscal year for the upcoming elections. Of the remaining 33 positions, I believe at this point we have 8 vacancies on our staff. We have the same challenges in recruiting and I guess to a certain extent retaining staff as many different departments and agencies across this town. As you can see, our budget is essentially a flat budget. It doesn't, it goes up nominally. The city clerk's office is the office that is actually covered by collective bargaining. Most of our staff are either Unit 3 or Unit 13 covered employees. See if I, finally, if I might mention, the one thing that I'd like to highlight that is in this budget request that hasn't been in past budget requests, we are asking for some money to try to produce media production for the 24 elections. We have found that over the last few years that we have certain services that we provide, and while the state elections office does a lot of media, it doesn't necessarily put out the types of messages that our office needs to put out there to the electorate, some of the special services and things that we believe the electorate needs to be concerned with. So there is a request for that. We expect that going forward, we may have to ask for money for an actual media buy after we produce the advertisements, and so with that, I'm be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Takahashi. I was wondering about the decrease in current expenses. That's quite a bit, in my opinion. What does that reflect? Or does it? You said it was elections, right? Is that normal?
Yeah. So typically, this budget will cover the expenses for the elections going up to July 1st, right, or June 30th, right? And so there are no elections within this particular within that time frame. And so yeah, we see the that fluctuation. If it's more preparatory type activities, right? As you might imagine, most of our when in administering the elections, most of the money really comes for staffing. And so. But anyway, yeah, that's where the decreases fluctuation is.
Okay, thank you. And so regarding our our meetings and when we receive documents and whatnot, a lot of it is still done manually, right? I remember before, sometimes like a few years ago, we would require CDs, or sometimes I don't know. Maybe I'm just dreaming of things, but. How are we utilizing new technology or software to help digitize or automate things for the city clerks?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the documents that the council,
Or just anything, just anything that the city clerks deals with?
Yeah, as you may know, right now, all of the council documents are maintained in our repository called H&L Docs. We started developing that repository in 2019, right before the pandemic. It is all digitized, so everything that comes into the city council and our office gets either scanned or converted and put online. Most of your staffs should have already been signed up for nightly notifications of every last communication that comes in on a daily basis, new bills and resos, and you'll get a notification within 2 hours, agendas, the evening that the agendas are filed. If you haven't signed up for that, the staff would be glad to help you do that. Some of you who are like to use your technology are aware that you have access for every meeting agenda. You also have access to an online, agenda that features all of the items on your agenda, but the associated documents that have been submitted for those items. And so, that kind of helps us reduce the photocopying expenses and preparing some of the binders. And I apologize, I know some of you like your binders, printed copies, but we also have that all online. It's available to the public as well, too. If there are any more things that you would like to see or tools that you might like to have with this, be very much open to hearing from you, because this is an application that has to be matured and developed over time. This particular application, we currently have about $80,000 invested into it in development costs, and we pay a mere $13,000 a year to access this. And so when we embarked upon this, we decided to build it ourselves rather than buy something off the shelf. Software as a service, sometimes you got to use it the way they designed it, and so that's why we decided to build it ourselves.
Oh my gosh, I wish DIT could hear that. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I am one of them. I don't like the binders. It's still in the box, once again. And I really utilize the associated documents feature on our agendas heavily. Okay. Members, are there any other questions? Okay, Vice Chair Kiaina and then Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you for all that your office does. I mean, we wouldn't be able to operate here without you guys. And I also want to say to Office of Council Services and to Kenny's team that I was remiss in not alohaing all of you guys for what you do. We're all one ohana here, and all of you are an important part of that ohana. So anyway, with that, I just want to say that so I have nothing but good things to say with regard to the efficiency of how all of your clerks interface with us on the committees on a day-to-day basis and full city council. The concerns I've gotten from the community have to do with voting, and especially the in-person voting sites. Now, I know that the law is, requiring us to vote via mail, but because we have that option, as you know, it's a continuing concern to have long lines out at each hale because they're the only ones open, and it impedes the returns. And, I'm not going to criticize someone who wasn't able to get their ballot in because of work, or kupuna who love to vote in person. I'm wondering, do you have the discretion to increase the voting sites? And if so, does your budget allow for that? So I don't expect it at every place, but, one Windward Side, one North Shore, one per district, to offset the long lines that accrue because everyone panics and they go to Kapolei Hale or Honolulu Hale.
Councilmember, thanks for the that question. Yeah, ideally, it would be nice to provide all types of options and whatnot. I do have to be cognizant of the fact that the legislative policy direction is to really have people on a single type of service mechanism. As you might recall, a few years back, before we did vote by mail, about half the voters were voting by absentee mail voting, and the other half were doing voting at polling sites on election day. And the legislature made a conscious decision, obviously, to try to push it all in one direction. That being said, yes, the last day lines that you see at our voter service centers, some of that is brought upon by human nature, this procrastination effect that people tend to wait until the last minute. And some of it has also been driven by certain political messaging that in the last election said that is sacrosanct, that the only way you should really be voting is voting on the last day and in person. And so those are some of the things that we are working with and trying to predict load and how many people will come. Let me just give you some quick background. In the first time we did in-person voting on election day in conjunction with voting by mail 2020, we had 4,500 persons partake in the services on the last day of the 2020 general election. And admittedly, we didn't have enough resources allocated to that. And I believe we closed down at roughly 11 p.m. or something on general election night. Well, this past election, we were able to up that, make some minor adjustments. We actually serviced 5,600 voters on the last day, and we closed down by 8 o'clock. The wait time was, I think, no more than 2 hours, realistically. But the thing I want to bring up with that is that had any one of those voters come in the day before or the other 12 days prior to the last day, you would have been in and out in 10 minutes. And that's the reality. So, but we understand human nature and whatnot. I'm not so certain if completely expanding to 9, 10, 18 sites or whatever is the answer. As you may know, we did do pop-up sites in Kaneohe over at the district park. We did that for 5 days. We moved over to Wahiawa for another 5 days just to get a little bit of better geographic accessibility. But that's why we're requesting some of this media buys and messaging. We need to get the word out that this is not a last day activity, if you will. Plan on being with us for a while if you come on the last day.
Okay, that's a pretty good response. Because if we were to do 9, it doesn't mean people are going to take it for granted and then know that they can go to it, correct?
Right.
I would like to see that 2-hour wait, however, decreased. And so thank you for reminding me about the media buys. I can just say, you could say 10-minute wait versus 2-hour wait. Your choice, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's pretty direct, and maybe we will engage in something like that. No, we'd like to see that number go down to it's taxing on the staff. We're open from 7 in the morning to 7 at night. In this last election, we went to 8, right? That's, a 13-hour day. I will tell you this much. We were probably operating at about 80% of the staff that we needed to effectively run this and perhaps cut down a little bit on the wait times. And that gives, because we are traditionally running at that 70 or 80% of the staff that we actually need to do the election, at least on the last day anyway, it makes me a little bit nervous to try expanding into more, because we might have our resources stretched a little bit thin. and we might fail in multiple locations. And so I really don't want to
Okay.
go down that path.
Good enough.
We don't.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
Committee
you, Chair.
Vice. Yes.
And, again, mahalo for all the work that you're doing, all your staff is doing. Just to kind of continue on the conversation about elections. So the one in Kolaloa, Kahuku was removed, the drop box, I believe, right?
Councilmember, I believe we do have a drop box in North Shore, but I believe it was moved.
To Sunset Beach Recreation Center.
Right. It was moved, and the reason for the move of that drop box was, I guess it was placed on a gravel area near the parking lot, and we were told that's not ADA accessible, and so we had no choice but to move that into some place that featured some asphalt where someone could actually, more easily access the box.
Okay.
My apologies for that. We're limited on the public facilities that we can place it at, so, but we can keep looking. But the challenges, right?
Yeah, I mean, not that the Sunset Beach location's bad, because that was the only, all in North Shore, right, had that location. So, I know Kolaloa felt disconnected or underserved by not having it there. But again, otherwise, North Shore didn't really have one, I believe, right? Absent that.
Right. I think, we do have maybe perhaps a geographic gap in that whole eastern side of your district. And yeah, that's something we can kind of take a look at as well to see if we can locate something out there. And any suggestions you have, we'd be glad to take those as well. We've been trying, believe me.
I appreciate
every other year we survey sites and try to see if we can't locate something. But yeah, that's a tough one. That's
No, I appreciate that. I mean, it is a good location, just kind of sharing the community feedback. And again, mahalo for the service centers, Kaneohe and then Wahiwa. I think it was helpful. I don't know if it's feasible how much cost a Dropbox adds, but I know that there was a little confusion, especially with the kupuna, who you're right, shouldn't have held off, but I think people thought on election day they could go to Wahiwa District Park. And then, of course, Milani Park and Ride wasn't too far away, but I think for some of the community that's maybe disconnected from technology, information, the media buys, if they show up somewhere thinking, like say they show up at Fred Wright and they think, oh, I'm going to go vote at the service center, but it's closed, at least if there's a drop box, I think it would help orient them, right? And so they could still drop off their ballot. Just a suggestion. I don't know if you had thoughts, but
no. Thank you very much for the suggestion. Yeah. You're right. Drop boxes are great for those who hold on to their ballot to the last minute and whatnot. Yeah. And anything inside beyond I think 3 days. We would probably recommend going to the drop box. But, we also remember we do have blue U.S. postal receptacles, over 350 of them around the island as well, in addition to home pickup and things. And we do work with the USPS to really get as many ballots, from them on election day. But thank you. That's a good suggestion.
And only because in Hawaii we have that strict deadline, because some states it's postmarked, I think, right? So I think that's what makes the drop boxes more important here. But again, like you said, we should be, really turning it in when we get it, throw it in the mail, right? Be easier.
Yeah, and like I said, I will note that, we are in contact and have met with our colleagues in other vote-by-mail jurisdictions, whether it's in King County, Washington, or in Multnomah County and Portland, Oregon. And some of the things that we're seeing here, whether it's procrastination, last day lines and things like that, it happens there too. And again, that's why we know it's human nature and whatnot. King County in the last election, Lumens Field at their stadium, there were 3-hour wait times, and that's a big stadium and a big facility, but it happens, right? And, due to factors, some within our control, some outside of our control. But yeah, the 2-hour wait times, we'll do our best to try to get that down as well.
No, appreciate that. Just last question. So for entry-level staff in your office, what's the starting salary? Because I know you said you have some exempt, some non-exempt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we have the pretty broad range of staff from senior clerk typists on up. I'm not certain what you mean. What what you mean by entry level.
What's the lowest level entry position?
Well, an SR 12,
okay.
makes, I think, $36,000 a year for a senior clerk typist or a senior election clerk.
Okay.
That would probably be the start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because just in keeping with, I think as a body, we should be asking of ourselves too, right? Especially if they're going to be asking like the executive branch. And like you said, these are positions subject to the same bargaining restrictions and our requirements, I'll say. And so not like we can just change it. But I think if we're going to contemplate, structuring a budget that serves, how we can incentivize and support staff in the executive branch, we should be doing that here too, right?
Yeah, I will say this much. It seems like there's a theme going across all of these budget hearings, vacancies and filling it and trying to have salaries that are competitive and whatnot. Yeah, we face these very same things, whether it's with the council assistance group that services you all or the elections division as well. So
yeah, I mean, we're here at what time? It's like well past into the evening. With all of our staff here. And so I'll stop asking questions because of that, but I think it just signals that city workers are working like super hard every day, more than I think the community realizes. And so I know I'm grateful for, of course, my staff, but everyone here too. So mahalo.
Any other questions for our city clerk? Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have our city auditor, our city auditor, Arushi Kumar.
Aloha, Budget Chair, Council members. I know you saved the best for last. I'll keep this quick. Can you all hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Similar to the city clerk, our budget stays pretty flat. You'll see that we are asking for an increase of just over 6% for the next fiscal year, about $115,000. That increase is represented mostly by salaries, a little bit in our training and travel costs, and finally in our financial audit bucket. You can see here that salaries make up the biggest portion of our budget. And we are asking for slightly higher than the 4% because I am working to implement some retention program funding especially for staff members who have received professional certifications because it increases their professional capabilities, it increases their attractiveness to other employers, and I want to make sure we can keep them in our office. I can talk a little bit about our training increase budget, but as you all know, as conferences and in-person trainings are starting to open up again, the cost to travel to the mainland and attend these conferences is also increasing. We do have a limit of one mainland training per staff per year, but just want to keep in line with what the costs realistically are looking to be. And other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Auditor Kumar, relating to the decrease, is that the amount of like one audit or something like that?
The decrease for
the current expenses.
The current expenses. So that was from the decrease that you see up there was from fiscal year 22 to 23, the current year. And the reason that we didn't need that extra money is because we only undergo a peer review from our fellow audit shops once every 3 years. So we underwent the peer review in fiscal year 22 and then did not have that in 23. So we'll be requesting that money again for fiscal year 25.
Okay, thank you. And for your location of your office, has that remained, is there a charge for that?
We are based in Kapolei in the James Campbell building, so close to Kapolei Hale, but we've had that lease. I think there was a slight increase in the lease, but it was consistent with increasing costs.
Okay, and is there a move to a city building?
Not at this time. Most of our staff is based out in Kapolei, Eva, that area. If there was an opening in Kapolei Hale, we'd be interested in looking into that. But otherwise, I think that we'd like to stay on that part of the island.
Okay, noted for DFM or whoever. Okay. And so, I had a question. Oh my God, I totally blanked. Oh yes, my question is related to your audits. I know that there's a lot of disputes some disputes, namely DIT, who said that your auditors got it wrong. And so it really is also based off of what the departments give you, right? So what kind of tools should we as a council, as a legislative branch, be providing the auditors or the city auditors to really reel out the good information from the rest of the city agencies?
I appreciate that question. You know, I think that one of my priorities coming in here was to ensure or to try to build a relationship between the auditor's office and the rest of the auditing departments, because as you said, our reports are only as good as the information we get. And I like to think that in my year and a half here, you know, I have established some good relationships. We're in the middle of a lot of audits right now, especially those requested by the council. And the departments have all been very forthcoming and transparent in sharing us. You know, we have the legal authority per the city charter to access any and all files and to speak to any city employees in the course of our audit. And, you know, I think we haven't had to invoke that authority really because the departments have mostly been forthcoming. But in a case where we have run into some issues, I do feel that we have council support. I don't know that we would need additional tools, really.
Okay, understood. And how many different agencies have disputed or like said that your city audit, the city audit is incorrect with the information that you've come out with?
In my time and to my knowledge, it really has only been that one. We've had some departments question the recommendations, but are always willing to come to the table to discuss them, and ultimately they agree with our findings. It's just that one instance in my time here.
Only DIT. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Kiaina, or Vice Chair Kiaina.
Thank you so much for your presentation. With regard to your the salary adjustments, and I guess before I get there, are you exempt or governed as well? Is it only the city clerk's office that is governed by a bargaining unit?
We're all exempt.
So you have a greater flexibility.
Yes.
Do you believe, what is the range of salaries for your auditors that you would believe that you need to warrant more than a 4% increase in salaries?
At this time, we have 3 levels of auditors. We have Auditor 1, Auditor 2, and Senior Auditor. And our auditor ranges, the salary ranges from anywhere from $45,000 all the way up to, I believe, $106, a little bit higher. And to be clear, most of the auditors that came in, that are currently serving in the office, most of them came in before my time. So their initial salaries were set by the prior city auditor. And I feel that based on similar audit shops around the country, that I wanted to make sure that we were valuing our auditors and the value they provide to the city through these salary increases, but they won't necessarily be applied to every single staff member. It is really those staff members that are going above and beyond, taking their time to get professional certifications, like to become a certified internal auditor, a certified government financial manager, because those skills really improve the quality of our reports.
No, I understand that. I guess I just would have liked to have seen it all broken down. Maybe you have it broken down somewhere. So like, what is the biggest percentage increase for a single staffer?
I think the biggest percentage increase last year was 5.5%.
Well, I'm talking about for this year since...
Oh, for this year, those are not finalized at this time because I give staff until the beginning of June to finalize their certifications.
Okay, so after you rectify this, so you believe there's an inequity in the manner of how the system had been set up. So moving forward, you're not looking to do this all the time, right? You would normally be at 4%.
Correct.
And go along with everybody else. That's okay. That's all I needed to know, because I just wanted to make sure that there's some fairness in the manner of how you use the salary increases, and because everybody wants to retain people, right?
Correct.
So having said that, there had to have been an inequity in your funding that you believed warranted this significant shift. That's all I want to get to, and I think you've answered my questions.
That's an excellent way to word it, rectifying inequities. Yeah.
Satisfactorily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you could just remind me, how many audits is your office currently working on? And then how many audits are coming up on their 3-year review period?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. Currently, we are, between all of our audits and non-audit services, we have about 7 ongoing projects. Unfortunately, none of those at this time are the follow-up, the reports that you mentioned, but we do have 2 follow-up reviews that are or 2 follow-up audits that are planned or that have reached their 3-year mark. One is for the Department of Planning and Permitting, and one is for the Department of Enterprise Services. I'm not sure that we'll be able to start those audits this fiscal year due to our staff constraints, but hopefully by this summer or fall, we get those started.
What sort of resources would help you to be able to do those 3-year reviews? Because I think they're really important. I mean, my office is going through the 2 most recent DPP audits and trying to figure out how much they've implemented.
I agree that they are important. They're a way to hold the departments accountable for our recommendations. Speaking, a little bit just off the cuff, I think that, when I came in just about 1.5 years ago, the office was in the middle of quite a few lengthy audits. And so in that last 1.5 years, I've been working to try to wrap those up, as well as meet some of the council resolution initiated audits, including DDC and DHR that we're working on. So we have to prioritize these council initiated audits over everything else because we have the 1-year deadline. And so, of course, that throws off my resource, the way I've resourced the office a little bit, but I think that we'll still be able to get to those in a very timely manner.
Thank you. Wow, I remember just like 8 years ago, that was a different tune. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for our city auditor? Thank you for prioritizing council-initiated resolution requests. Okay,
of course.
Thank you, Arushi. Okay. Yes, I have to. Okay, any last things for the legislative branch? Oh, okay.
I just want to thank Kenny, Lloyd, and Jim, as well as Glenn and Arushi. And again, we have an opportunity to amend the budget as we go. So look forward to your budget amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will now proceed with remote testifiers. We do not have any registered testifiers. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify online? Please use a raise hand feature. Okay, next we will move on to in-person testimony. Seeing that there are none and that we don't have anyone registered, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Okay, with that, members, I do have to announce that we will be canceling tomorrow's, okay, wait, I gotta announce it. Wait, I can't even say it. Okay, we will be canceling tomorrow's budget departmental briefings. Okay, are there any announcements? Anything? I just want to thank everybody, seriously, for enduring this. This is very important for what we do. This is our one and only time that we can ask these questions, mainly within the confines of all the things we need to know. And so I look forward to everyone's amendments and how we move forward with this. Okay, thank you, everyone. It is 8:25, and I call this meeting to adjourn this meeting, whatever.